Hello, everybody. Not sure if it's not sending you to the meeting. Okay, I was wondering what the hell's going on. All right, just got down. Yeah, the meeting started. I was wondering what the heck was going on. Something. I may have to create a new one then. Damn. What the heck? Okay. Damn. I don't know. I think, so let's see. It's not sending you to the meeting. Okay. Yeah. Anybody else try the link? Let's see. It looks like it's okay. All right. Puts you in the Zoom. Does it ask you to put in a login or password or open your Zoom client? This is weird. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, hello. I think the link works.
Yeah, I tested it on my phone, but okay, there's somebody. I guess it works. That was weird.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Hello, welcome to the show. Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
All right, so it is working. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm good. I enjoy your show. I'm usually a silent bystander.
Okay, let's see. There we go. All right. So now we can get rolling a little bit. Okay, so welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. Hope you're doing well today, my friends. Yeah, I just thought I'd throw up the, kind of did this last minute, should have maybe put it out earlier, but actually I was going to do it earlier, but we lost our internet here. So anyways, so yeah, we're just kind of an open panel chat, short chat or long chat. We'll see how it goes. And most of the topics are on the table. And I want to welcome Jimmy and Misty to the show. Great to have you both with us. And so is there any topic you'd like to start with?
Anything you want. Really, I don't have something specific in my mind right now.
Okay. Well, I was thinking, Misty, for you, when, if you don't mind me asking, when did you start researching the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, and what are you thinking about in terms of your exit plan?
Oh my goodness. Well, this last few years it's been it's been a process of releasing all of that religious programming, which has been painful, but yet I feel really free.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been freeing. I can cuss if I want to. I don't feel like God's going to like punish me or something horrible is going to happen. I do believe in following like natural law, being a good moral human.
Absolutely.
To some degree, yeah, right. But yeah, that's my and like this whole soul trap thing is really intriguing to me because I fucking don't want to come back. That's for sure. Okay. That's my take. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Well, that's great. Yeah. Religion is really it's a killer. And it especially when we're younger, it can do a number on us and mold part of our adulthood. And it gets just like all the other program that we have here, just all the stuff we see on TV and in the media in general, and radio, the newspapers, the internet, all that stuff combined is just, it's a perfect storm, and one can back up the other and just cause it's really messed up what's going on out there, but we will prevail. So wanted to welcome Bear Christ to the channel. How you doing?
Hey, did I find you?
Yeah, you got on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Figured it out. Thank you, FC.
Sure. How you doing tonight?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. So I wanted to ask you too, what kind of got you hunting down to the Matrix Reincarnation Soul Trap, and what are you thinking in terms of your possible exit strategy?
Wow. That's a big one. What got me hunting it? Oh, man, I've known since I was a little boy that something was wrong with this reality. Mm-hmm. I was raised Mormon.
Oh, wow.
And I always just had this gut feeling that something was very wrong with that. Mm-hmm. Since I was like little, and I always was rebelling, and the leaders were throwing me against walls and
Jesus,
and just bad people. And it's like, there's nothing right about this, you know? And so I figured I was like, raised in a spiritual ghetto, but at the same time, I was raised in, a nice suburban neighborhood, and things are supposed to look all nice and proper. Lawns are cut, houses are nice, but at the same time, we're raised in a time where we're boys exploring the world, and things ain't right. And
that's an understatement.
And so we're going on scouting trips, and boys are just talking about the world under the stars, and nothing adds up. The way the leaders act, considering the way the doctrine is told. And it's a long story.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, I'd love to hear it if you want to share it. I mean, I think, it's up to you. It's however deep you want to go.
Okay.
It's up to you, man.
I'm not going to go super deep because that would just rack my brain a little too much right now.
Sure. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Let's see where to go with this. Anyway, Mormon are supposed to go on a mission at the age of 19. So it's kind of like going to college for most people. Like you just go through the life script. And so that's the life script of being a Mormon boy. is at 19, you go on a mission to spread the word of God. And so
So they got you. You got you right out the gate doing that.
Yeah. And so I just knew that I was questioning like this from when I was young. It's like, am I going to really put myself in that position to just sacrifice these 2 years from 19 to 21 to do this thing because my parents and the community want it? Or am I going to do my own thing? So it's like always weighing on you as a child and teenager, like, what are you going to do? Along with college and all these other obligations of the script, like get a job, buy a car. And at the same time, like it was the late 90s and I was, starting to see truth in movies. I just bought a car. I just bought a Honda Civic, 1993. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. But right when I bought it, I realized I was in debt to the bank. And then I went and watched the movie Fight Club in the theaters. And that movie kind of explained, like, your things. And I just was like, no, I'm not my things. I'm not going to go down this road of being owned by my things.
Good for you, man.
So it was kind of then, and along with being raised in a Mormon culture of you're looking at two roads. They only give you two roads. Like, do what we say or don't, and you'll be an outcast. And
that's got to be scary, though, too, right? I mean,
yeah, I actually moved to California right before my 19th birthday. I just got the hell out, so I wouldn't be questioned and wouldn't be, put under the microscope of the community. I was just gone. I was chasing a dream, my own dream. And I had people calling me, and I had missionaries sent to my apartment in California.
Wow.
All the works. I mean, the Mormons, it's a gigantic corporation. People don't know this. It is like the biggest American religion you could fathom. It's way bigger than anyone could ever comprehend.
I remember getting knocks on my door at about 3 different places that I lived. They're
gigantic. They have a $100 billion slush fund.
Damn.
That means that they have $100 billion that they don't even need. $100 billion. They could end world hunger with a snap of a finger. But there is homeless people in Salt Lake everywhere. Like, people cold and hungry. But they continue to build these temples that do nothing. Are just vanity projects. So let's get to it. Like, yeah, I realized that this whole thing was a facade, a fake. I moved to Paradox, the desert, at the age of 30, so 10 years ago, and just got out. And I just realized that there's no getting out. You're always in the matrix.
Yeah.
There is a system at play that's here to harvest our energy, basically, no matter what we do or where we go.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so that's what's scary is it's like, it's past death. So I thought I had escaped the cult of Mormonism. I was like total atheist for a couple of years. Like, I had escaped that cult. But then you realize that the cult of science is now pushing down on me so hard. And it's going on right now, but it's really woken me up to what's really going on is the cult of science. it's just the same as the Christian God. The Abrahamic God is the God of science. It's
No different.
It's a cult.
Yeah, just a different form.
Yeah. And so now we just need to realize that everything around us is trying to force us into a cube or a box, a cult. Whether it's, and the Mormons have totally gone into the science realm. They're totally bootlocked with everything that's going on right now. Like, because my parents are still involved.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, how is that, like, with the disconnect there, and how did that kind of play itself out when you were younger?
My parents are open-minded. I would say that they honor what Jesus is supposed to be all about. They honor, non-judgmental love. But the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. My dad has pushed that into my head so much that he can't back away from it. He knows that's how it is, but he's still a part of the cult.
Yeah, so he's biting his teeth while doing so.
Exactly. So you can see it. He's become bipolar. Like, one part of him loves me and what I'm doing, and the other part hates it. So there's this duality and that is the duality of the Matrix. The Matrix is this duality grinder.
So damn true.
If it gets emotion out of you, if it gets anything out of you, it feeds the Matrix.
Yep, it wins.
As long as you are a part of it, you're giving it emotion or energy. That's why I think that there's no escape other than going within.
Mm-hmm.
I can go to the desert, I can go van life, I can do whatever I want. But as long as I'm still involved in the Matrix, I'm still giving it energy.
Yeah, that's what it wants. It's a tough road. I mean, to try and keep that center and not veer off one way or the other. And everywhere you turn, it's trying to suck us back in.
Oh, every turn.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, what do I do? That's the question.
Yeah.
Do I go to my own metaphorical cave and abandon the system, abandon the Matrix? There's got to be a way that we got to figure out how to, cut ties with it as much as possible here and now.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a way.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked with a few people about this exact same thing, and it would be amazing to get a group of us together to try and figure some sort of self-sustaining option that is, based in like a sovereignty, respect for privacy, individualism, but still kind of have that side group dynamic that would be there for each other and help, and even do something like grow food and try and have some sort of independence away from this insanity and not be as reliant on it. But it is, with the way prices are for homes, and everyone has their little bit of Matrix hang-ups here and there, it's not easy. And the financial part of it's huge. It's huge. It's a tough one, but I think
I had an idea today. I had an idea today.
Oh, let's hear it.
Cave life.
Uh-huh. Kind of like that.
somehow retrofit small domain, very cost efficient.
Mm. Mhm.
It's like a pod. We need to
Cave
get
pod.
the pod before they get the pod, where we are in our own little space where we are able to meditate a new reality for ourselves.
Yeah, I put that intention out there a lot, and I'm hoping at some point I'll be able to leave via astral projection at some point. That's really my goal. But
So you're there, you're right there. That's your intention. That's where I'm going too.
yeah,
I want to make it a real thing.
yeah,
Like where I watch all these people out there exploring the world. You're still exploring the matrix.
yep.
I don't need to go out in negative degrees and crossing rivers anymore. You're still in the matrix.
Yeah.
I want to be like the new neo yogi where we go into our own cave and explore a totally new reality that's not this thing. And I think this is the group that's doing that right now. So I thank UFC. I'm not there. I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of this matrix. And I think that that's what everyone here is trying to do as well. We can, I've thought this a long time ago, like you never go anywhere. You walk and I've been in all sorts of crazy places. You never go anywhere because your mind is always in the matrix.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's
I
very
think
well said,
really
man.
So yeah, I think we're on the right track with this group of people to get the hell out. Let's start talking about how we get the fuck out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you know, we're just going to be spinning our wheels.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. The whole reason I started picking up astral projection again and at least the practice and kind of setting my intention out there is for that specific purpose. And, you know, until that day comes, you know, and I have that one bang out session, then, you know, I'll just do what I got to do. But, you know, I'm going to try and stay.
That's what we're all going to do. Hell yeah, FC. And that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, I kind of got sidetracked there for my life story.
That's
but
cool, man. Keep going. If you want.
Yeah.
I don't want you to, no pressure at all.
Well, so I went to California and I had never smoked weed in my life or done any psychedelics or anything. And I went out to California to live out there and totally abandoning my culture, the Mormon culture, got out there. And I'll just give this one story. I had lived out there for a couple months, started smoking weed and experimenting with mind altering substance. And it blew me away. It shook the foundation of reality. And I was only 20 years old.
I'm sorry, which substance was it?
Mary Jane.
Oh, Mary Jane. Okay.
Yeah. And I had never done that before. And I just want to tell this one story.
Sure.
I was in a beach house with some friends and we were all just, you know, rebels to the system. And he built some 6-foot bong and whatever else. We had our treats, like some munchies, some Cheetos, and we were going to just have a good night. So we go into the closet of the beach house, like me and three other guys. So 4 and smoked tough. Like hit this 6-foot bong harder than Cheech had ever done anything. And I just remember my brain, I was looking around and the whole reality had totally gone upside down. I didn't know where I was, who I was, or who they were. They were aliens. The whole world was alien.
It's like some
But
they
it was
live
totally
stuff.
fine for them. They were laughing and giggling, and I'm just totally zapped out of my body. And with the moments later, they're sitting on the couch eating their Cheetos, watching TV, and I'm just like, the TV made zero sense. So I think that everything, like the signal coming in from the Matrix, had been distorted in my brain at that time because I was so young that it kind of ruptured the signal coming in from the Matrix that came into my brain. And I was seeing reality exactly how it was without disruption. And it was weird, dude. It was very, very weird. And it changed me. I remember I was not right for like 6 months.
Wow.
I couldn't smoke. I couldn't drink. Going out in public was very difficult. And I was only 20 years old. It was.
Yeah, that's rough.
They say, oh, he was fried, but it was just. And
it changed you.
It changed me. Like reality was different. I remember watching like Black Hawk Down in the theaters during this time, and it was like, what the fuck? These people just go in and kill each other. What? It just, nothing made sense.
Damn.
Gatherings and the government. And I'd watch TV, like if you'd watch a CNN broadcast, it'd be like a monkey in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
It was just bizarro world for like 6 whole months. And then I experimented with psychedelics, mushrooms, a year later, and that kind of set everything right. As strange as that sounds. And I did a ton of psychedelics through my 20s. Ton. Like every month. And it helped to set everything right. Like, this is nature and reality. So, because I had been brainwashed into the Mormon cult for my entire childhood. So for me, my 20s was setting the shit right with psychedelics, mushrooms.
Yeah, it's part of your liberation and kind of breaking free, like the start.
And then I moved out to the desert, and I didn't do anything for a long time. And now I'm back, and so I'm now. I found all this truth movement and the Saturn Moon Matrix death trap. So this is pretty new for me.
How recent did you?
Sense.
Sorry.
Probably in the last year.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
I found this because I was kind of just on autopilot, like zooming through the cosmos. Like I just didn't care. Like I just didn't care.
Yeah.
I'd gone all the way, and I'd lived out in the middle of nowhere. I'd lived in the city, and I'd raised a daughter. So at this point, I just didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
I was an atheist for the most part. Like I thought my body would just go into the dirt and be a part of the earth and be a part of that consciousness. I knew that the earth was a consciousness. I'd read Not in His Image in 2005. So I knew about archons back in 2005, Lash Lamb's book. And so that really awoke me to that system. And so I knew that the planets and everything was kind of interacting consciously with itself. But then I hadn't really got into the community of truthers and YouTube till the last year, and I just found UFC and kind of putting things straight. Finally, that it's a trap.
Yep.
Yeah. Everything around us, geometrically, is a strange trap. And that's why it comes back to my California beach house mega trip. It showed me at that point that everything wasn't real, or it wasn't what I thought it was. And so
it's like your pinnacle moment.
Yeah. And so 20 years later, everything is starting to be like, oh, this is what that meant. Mm-hmm. This is what that meant. It was showing you the veil dropped. Nothing does make sense in this reality. And now I'm finally putting the pieces back together. It's weird.
It's awesome. That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it's a matrix. It everything, but it does, and at the same time, it does make sense in its own weird way, and doesn't.
Yeah.
How can a reality be so polar? Like, makes sense and doesn't make sense at the same time.
And they tried desperately for us not to investigate it.
Exactly. I mean, that's what the whole religion set up. And I go out and have different situations where the matrix talks to me and things I do. Literally, I'm in communication with the matrix. I don't know if it's, if it has any, if it's good at all. Is it all bad?
No, I don't think it's all bad. I mean, the relationships you have, there's moments of existence where things can be very good.
Well, I mean, like art. I was just in a museum with my daughter today, and like, art's so beautiful. You can look back like hundreds of years. Like, we looked at a mummy. We can look back in time like thousands of years. But then at the same time, like, it's just a construct of the matrix. Like, this thing could have been built yesterday.
Yeah.
It's so cartoonish almost. She's, that thing is a cartoon. Like, these coffins that they put these things in all look the same. And they look like fucking cartoons. It's crazy. And the Greek art they have in museums is cartoonish. It's like they want us to believe that these golden age people lived cartoon lives. It's bizarre.
It is.
Did they even live? I mean, in this matrix construct, did they even live? I mean, or is it just a construct?
I think it's a good question. And if Simon was here, he would dive deeper with you on that one. And I think, I think ancient Greece, Egypt and the Mayans are probably, and India. I mean, I mean, are kind of the keys to some of past civilizations that have been here, and I think they prove, a prior epoch, a prior control structure. I do not believe for 1 minute that I don't know how much digging you've done on the mud flood, Tartaria, all that stuff, but
I've dug.
Yeah, so a lot of the narrative out there is that because everything lines up and it's so beautiful and this and that and blah blah blah, that it was this utopia here on Earth, and that it got invaded and blah 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 blah, and that But to me, I think that's just wishful thinking. I think it was a different time, a different version, but it was still a control system. I think they try different things. Now, could it have been invaded? Sure. I mean, I leave it on the table and as a possibility for sure. But the depths that this whole fucking thing goes is ridiculous. And how it's all linked and how intricate it is in the astral too. I mean, it's combined, and how there's crossover between the old culture, the big building, you know, the megalithic buildings and all that stuff, and the astral is just why is that there? You know, to me, it just proves, to me at least, and I'm not saying everybody else, but at least to me, that this has been going on here a long time. And then if you can tap into some of your past lives, you might find a time, you know, decent while back that you were probably here and going through the same type of bullshit with a different, you know, with the scenery and the curtain falling down and switching up the scenery and curtain being pulled back up.
Wow. Probably. And like, they can orchestrate any dimension.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and they have other creator beings, other spirits who are knee deep in the illusion like we were, who are propping it up and helping build it. Not just here, but in the astral. So I mean, it's a group effort for everyone that's been here at some point.
Yeah.
And nobody knows it.
Yeah, we've always been slaves to this matrix system. Through the Greek, through the Egyptians, we've always been building their temples, their crap. Free energy or not, who cares?
Yep.
I think that the Tartarian thing could be a gigantic psyop created by the Matrix to show us, to make us think that we're just this close to this grand society, you know.
It's definitely a controlled release. There's no doubt about it. It all it was kind of like the shape of the earth type thing, which YouTube apparently doesn't like to be mentioned, which is ridiculous. And along with all the other crap they yell at us about. You can't talk about
buildings or anything in this.
Well, pretty soon they'll be talking about the buildings. Yeah, I mean, that's probably next. But I mean, you know, the whole shape of the earth thing, that was rolled out by design, and I know for a fact Tartaria and Mudflood were. So it begs the question, why?
That's so weird, because I kind of missed that whole era, because I was out living in the desert without Wi-Fi or internet.
Good
so
I
wasn't watching YouTube.
Better off.
I came into town and I would see a little hint of flat earth and I laughed. I was like, what the hell is this? This is this total government psyop. They're making people look stupid. But then, you know, 2020 rolls around and I'm forced to look at it, and, you know,
there's a lot
it's
there.
a real thing. And so I missed the whole heyday of that. So now I'm looking at it like they're just going to keep rolling out these little, the Matrix. It's just a sign that we are totally in a fucking Matrix.
Yeah. Everything is about just controlling that perception every turn we go. And, you know, they throw each little community, each little box that's out there, a bone every once in a while. Some boxes and communities get a few more bones than others, but, you know, or red meat. And then, you know, they got something new, like just like they do with music. Every 10 years, they were changing the genre of music. Every, you know, 1 minute jazz is in for 10, 15 years.
Dude, this dude, Waranon, who's been releasing like once a month, and the God Velasti, dude, they have to be involved in the matrix system, releasing once a month these really, thought-provoking videos. Like, come on.
What's the
Don't be so obvious.
Yeah, and is it like all overproduced content?
Oh, it's so overproduced.
Yeah. If it's overproduced, it's usually control.
And then everyone sends them around, and so you have to see it. And everyone's talking about it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just pushing the same old, fight the matrix, when, that's the message we need to push is don't fight it. Walk away from it.
Walk away. Absolutely. Absolutely. Glenn says soon they'll be giving channel strikes for YouTubers breathing the wrong way. They will.
They'll hear our unmuzzled breath.
Everything, all streams will just be muted. That's all it'll be. Black screens.
Hey, I'll let you talk to someone else,
Sure.
and I'll have more. I've gone too long, but yeah, my journey has been through the Mormon baloney, and they're totally hooked up with the state in the matrix, and I've had some crazy psychedelic experiences. I've lived off the grid, and come back and looking for a new way to beat this, or not beat it, but just walk away from it.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, FC.
Sure.
I'll chime in, but talk to someone else.
Great. Thanks. That was great, Bear Christ. Thank you. That was
Thank you.
awesome.
I've got a question for Bear Christ.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, still here.
My first experience with marijuana, it was a very cyclic experience where it just amplified whatever I was thinking or feeling. For example, I would think something was hilarious, and the effect of marijuana would lead me to amplifying that it's funny. So I would just laugh about it, and then I would just keep laughing because it just amplified my laughter and finding something hilarious. And
I remember that. Yeah.
oh, so you experienced that too?
Yeah, I remember the first time I watched cartoons on weed. It was the same thing, dude. I was just like, how is this so funny?
Okay. Yeah, it was just I just wanted to just kind of confer with other people, what their experience was like.
When I first started smoking, I was a little late bloomer. I was like 19 when I first started. And it was like, how is this so crazy? I couldn't believe this world had opened up. And it kind of been downplayed, like just dummies watching TV and giggling. It totally opened up this spiritual connection to the entire realm. And yeah, I don't know. And that lasted for like 2 years. I haven't been able to get back to that actually.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it would be interesting to mix that with some other psychedelics. Like I'm a late bloomer too. I was 26 when I started smoking weed, and it was only just for like 1 or 2 times. I just didn't like the aftermath.
Yeah, I used it spiritually, and I'd see all these people like using it non-spiritually, and like I was like, oh man, it sucks. Like, what is this thing? It means so much to me, but it means so little to everyone else. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. And yeah, then I ventured into mushrooms, and yeah.
Yeah, have you ever tried ayahuasca?
No, I'm waiting for the right time. It hasn't come.
Yeah. All right.
Have you?
Anyways, yeah, I have. I'll let Forever Conscious move on to someone else. But yeah,
No, that was cool. That was great. And okay, so just wanted to check in. Transhumanist Cult Awareness Network came in after Bear Christ, so just wanted to check in with you, my friend. See if you wanted to bring anything up today? And welcome.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay? Because I'm not on a great connection.
It's a little dicey, but let's we'll keep talking just for like a little bit and see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, maybe I could just talk a little bit about similar topic, just my experiences.
Yeah, I'd love to hear part of your journey and how you got here and what are you thinking in terms of exit or whatever you want. The floor is yours.
Sure, yeah. So I've been having weird paranormal experiences ever since I was like 4 years old. And I just remember my dad like telling me when I was like a really little kid, like, you see all those planets out there? They have people on, there's planets around stars, and there's aliens. And I always just thought to myself, like, oh, that seems way more interesting than Earth. But yeah, I always kind of had a feeling like I don't really belong on this planet. I don't really fit in anywhere. And I never really had many friends growing up, and just always ostracized constantly. And, no matter how much I tried, it was always just such a struggle to have social interaction with people. And it got me thinking about deeper subjects because, when you don't have many friends growing up because of dysfunctional household and moving a lot, and also just not being able to find anybody to relate with, you'd kind of just like go into your own world, and you'll start reading books. And one of my favorite books was the dictionary because it had a lot of etymology in it, and I just really enjoyed like reading etymology. And so I would just like look up random words, like, why do we use that word to mean this? And so that was kind of like my first real journey into like looking into language and things like that when I was like in middle school and high school and stuff. And I grew up in a really religious household too, where, you're told you do this or that, you burn in hell, you're pressured to give your heart to Christ and make a soul contract. And while I enjoyed like the community aspect of church and the music and things like that, I always just had this deep inner feeling that something was wrong with it and it didn't feel right. Just like sort of intuition, like none of this feels right. But when you're a kid, you don't really know what to say. You're just told what to do. And so like one of the worst moments was like when I was baptized when I was about 15 years old. We went to this tiny little church and in the woods, and everybody there was really kind and everything, but it came the point where it was time to pressure everybody to get baptized. And I just had like this sinking feeling in my stomach, like this just doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is about this. Like, and, I really actually tried to have a relationship with Jesus, and I prayed every night. I wanted to be a good Christian girl. I wanted to get married and be a housewife and a mother and do all that stuff and be traditional. Like that was my goal. Just a lot of stuff really demoralized me. Like me being a Christian when I was in high school, a lot of people bullied me over it. And so I was constantly targeted online by people. I was gang stalked. People went around and spread the rumors that I had been pregnant, even though I was a virgin, and just things like that. It was really upsetting for me, and kind of made me spiral into like depression for most of my life because of those experiences. And then on top of it, it's like God never helped me. So that was the thing for me, was like, I tried to be such a good Christian girl. I worshiped Jesus. I tried to believe with my heart. There's always doubts that you have, but I just tried to be a good Christian person, to follow God's law, and Jesus never once stepped in to help me with anything in life. I was always targeted. I was always treated like shit by people, and specifically for being a Christian too. And then on top of it, I had lots and lots of really horrible demonic experiences of entities harassing me, and that had a really profound effect on my psyche growing up. It started at the age of 10 years old. I started having really bad sleep paralysis, like chronic sleep paralysis, like several times a week for about 10 to 15 years of my life. And during these sleep paralysis experiences, I would be harassed by entities. I would be touched. I would just see weird, bizarre things like portals opening up in my room. Entities just like trying to talk to me. They would sit on my bed. They were just clearly like trying to scare me and stuff. And
yeah, but at that age, it's tough. That's, you don't know.
It was the most terrifying experience of my life. And this went on for about 10 or 15 years.
Do you mind if I ask? Yeah, okay.
And
do you mind if I ask like what age it started at?
Yeah, at about 10 years old.
Okay.
And what's interesting is around that time, my parents had brought me to like this antique store one day. When we were out shopping, and I found this book, and it had a really profound effect on me. There was this book in the store, and you could tell it was really, really old. The old book smell when you open up a really old book,
Yep.
And it had pictures of like this guy's dreams. Like it was basically a dream journal that this guy wrote in like the 1800s. And so I was looking through the pictures of this dream journal that had been published like over 100 years before. And I was totally fascinated by it. I was fascinated by the whole concept of dreams are like a whole other universe and things like that, and controlling your dreams. And so I decided when I was about 10 years old, I saw that book in the store. I decided I'm going to start writing down all my dreams in a diary. So every time I had a dream, I would write down my dreams. And I really believe that because of this, I started having these weird experiences, but also I began to astral project just randomly. And I didn't even know it was astral projection until like a couple years ago. I'm 36 now.
Okay.
And so for me, when I was reading about astral projection a couple of years ago, I was like, holy crap, that's what I was doing when I was like 15, 16 years old. And I had no idea. And so some of the experiences were very strange. One of them happened through sleep paralysis, because at that point I was still having sleep paralysis when I was about 15 or 16 years old. And I woke up in sleep paralysis and I saw this weird sort of crystalline entity like hovering over me. And I was trying to reach out to touch it, because at this point I didn't realize I was paralyzed. So I was like reaching out to touch it with all my might. And then I left my body. And then, so I was sitting up, astral projecting out of my body, and I didn't realize it.
Wow.
That's what was weird about it.
So you think, do you think, so everything you think was kind of jump started by the book?
It's possible, or maybe just traumas, or maybe a combination of things. Because at that point, I was having a lot of dysfunction in my family. My parents were divorced. My dad, to this day, I think, I don't know if you guys can hear me okay, because it says my connection's unstable.
Actually, you've sounded great the whole time.
Okay.
Except the very beginning. So
there was just a lot of violence going on in my family, because my dad, to this day, I think he's still like obsessed with my mother. And so he stalked my mother for many years. And his reaction to her divorcing him was like unnecessary, and it caused a lot of stress for me and my sister. And my sister's messed up because of everything that went on during our childhood. And what's weird is like, I think I'm the most well-adjusted one somehow. I don't know how that happened, but I'm like the only sibling in my family who like sees through the reality, and it's really weird. And you know, my other siblings, they're kind of just like on autopilot in this reality where they're, you know, they're just doing what they do. They go to work, get married, do this, do that, you know. So, and I don't fault them for that or anything, but I can't have a conversation with them about any of this stuff. And it's weird because I've had paranormal experiences with one of my other siblings. Like this one time, me and my half brother were walking down the street, and we just randomly, at the same time, we both saw the same exact thing. We saw a raccoon shapeshift into a boulder.
Damn.
And I was just
Holy
like,
shit.
do you just do that? And he's like, a raccoon shapeshifting into a boulder? And I was like, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And so, but
How old were you? You think you're roughly?
This was only a couple years ago. I would have been like 33, 34 or something. And my brother, he's like 22 now, 3. And so we both saw the same exact thing at the same time. And he doesn't question the reality at all. It's really weird. Like he's in atheist mode now, like where I used to be his age, which is where you kind of just reject everything and kind of like deny your experiences. So, you know, I had a lot of paranormal experiences when I was younger. And then I became an atheist in my early 20s. And so for about a decade, I was an atheist. And then I sort of just like gaslit myself into thinking like all the things that I experienced were fake. They were hallucinations. Sleep paralysis is just you're just being tricked. It's just chemicals in your brain, blah, 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 blah. And I really don't believe that anymore. Like, I really think that there are entities all around us that we can't see, that we can see when we're like in a different frequency,
100%.
like if you're astral projecting or lucid dreaming or something, you know? So yeah, so I've been keeping a dream journal ever since I was a kid. And I've only astral projected a few times, but and it wasn't anything too, I mean, it was weird, but not anything too weird. I think I was on what they call the lower astral plane, which is basically, it looks like regular reality, but there's more stuff that you see, you know? Yeah. So you're not like floating in some other weird realm. You're kind of just like in your room or something, or in your house. Right. Mm-hmm. And so one of my experiences, like I astral projected out of my body. I didn't realize I was out of my body. I got out of my bed and because I saw like this weird golden, I guess you could call it like a spider web, was like in the corner of my room. And I was like, you got to be kidding. There's more spiders in here, because I was constantly harassed by spiders when I was a kid. It was a weird thing. Like, I've had weird experiences in life where there will be weird infestations in my room. So like I was having constant spider infestations in my room when I was in middle school and high school. And when I got older, there was like a weird moth infestation in my room, and then just all kinds of weird things like that. And then when I like moved to a different room, it all stopped. And then what's weird is
you didn't move homes, right? Same home, I assume.
Yeah, it was the same house.
But did anyone else kind of experience besides you and your siblings, or any other rooms you went into that were off?
No, it was only ever who had these weird experiences, and I felt really alienated, because I thought that because I was being like demonically attacked, that I wasn't a true Christian. Like I felt that it was like some kind of reflection of the fact that I was going to go to hell. And so finally, I had this really horrifying experience one night where I was laying in bed and I woke up in sleep paralysis, and I could feel like there was a hand like running across my pillow. And it was done in like a really creepy horror movie type of way. So I was just like, okay, I'm done hiding this from everybody. I need to tell my parents. So I got out of bed. It was the middle of the night. And finally, I just went in my mom's room and I told her, look, Mommy, I'm having all of these horrible experiences of things are touching me in my sleep. Things are talking to me. And then my stepdad, he went in and like sort of cleansed my room because he's a Catholic. And so he's into like the ritual. He went in my room and like cleansed it with holy water. And he like wrote his own sigil all over my walls. Like he had this custom sigil that he made out of his name. And he wrote it all over my walls and like said a bunch of prayers and stuff to like exorcise my room. And it didn't stop after that. It still went on for years, but I just felt better knowing that like somebody in my family believed me and like tried to help me and do something about it, you know?
For sure, for sure.
So then my dad, he found out about the whole thing because one day he walked in my room when he was picking us up to have us over on the weekend. He walks into my room and he's like, what is this symbol on the wall? So he started getting pissed off because my dad was always kind of anti-religion. Like my mom really tried to get him to go to church when they were together, and my dad hated it. My dad was raised Jewish, and he never liked to go to Saturday school. He never got bar mitzvahed or anything. He just hated religion. And so when he saw this sigil on my wall, he like started flipping out and like questioning my stepdad about it. And then it turned into this huge blow up argument in the middle of the night where my father was like screaming at my stepdad in the middle of the night, waking up the whole neighborhood. And so that just further traumatized me. And then, so like it's like, who would have thunk like me having all this sleep paralysis would just lead to weird dysfunction in my family. And then,
that fed it.
Yeah.
Brought more of it.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
100%.
And,
yeah, it definitely fed it. Yep.
Until my like early 20s, when I became an atheist, I was having these experiences. And then finally they stopped when I became an atheist. And I think that's because I just stopped believing it. So it stopped feeding it, like you're saying.
Absolutely.
And then, so for about a decade, I was an atheist and went to university, blah, 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 became a Marxist, materialist. And so I really thought I had the answers at that point to life and everything. And, how you think that when you're younger. And then I was in a socialist cult for a couple of years where I thought it was like a genuine political party and they just wanted my money. And then they ended up expelling me because I basically questioned too much. They didn't like how I questioned things too much. I asked questions during meetings. I wanted to really understand the texts that I was reading. So
that seems common with the socialists.
Yeah, the person who was training me to be a political activist, I just asked her question after question when we would do these readings. And I think that really bugged all of these people. So they ended up expelling me from the group. And that totally sort of fucked with my entire worldview. My paradigm kind of fell apart because I thought to myself, like, don't these people care about truth? Like, I care about truth. Like, I don't understand. So it made me question the materialist perspective and whether or not Marxism was true. And for a long time, I was still a Marxist afterward, but then I started exploring feminism and things like that. And then what's ironic is I got into sort of this spiritual feminist community. And they start, they talk all about questioning patriarchal God things like that, and questioning religion, organized religion, and like maybe there's a divine feminine aspect we should be exploring and things like that. And so that got me interested in spirituality. And because I had a degree in anthropology, and I was always really interested in like different religions and things like that. And so I got into sort of this feminist spiritual community thinking like, yeah, maybe they have some interesting truths that I want to know about. And so I spent some time in that community, and it wasn't anything like dogmatic or cultic or anything. It was just a lot of different types of people getting together, discussing different topics. And so I feel like I learned a lot from it. And then I started having sleep paralysis again.
Wow.
And then I started having these experiences again where things were moving in my room, voices, those types of things again. But this time I wasn't scared anymore because I no longer believed in hell because I wasn't religious anymore. So I kind of just like stopped caring basically. And then the experiences kind of died down again. And then what's weird is like one night I woke up in the middle of the night because I could sense that like somebody was in my room. So I opened my eyes and there's this like black mist floating over me.
Whoa.
And I was like, what is that? So I said, hello. Like I tried to talk to it to see if it would talk back to me. And it was obviously conscious because as soon as I spoke and opened my eyes and looked at it, it went up into the and like ran away.
Oh.
So I was like, okay, there's clearly something monitoring me. I don't know what it is. Maybe it could be like an actual person remote viewing me or some kind of entity on the astral plane that I was able to see somehow because I just woke up.
Sure.
Transhumanist, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
So I have sleep paralysis, or I did a lot. And it's rare these days. But the other day, I will wake up with like some like thing ringing in my ears. And the other day, it was like, he is always watching. He is always watching. Like
Creepy.
over and over.
Wow.
How about that?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've been harassed by the technology for a while.
We're connected to this system. Of course, they are going to use shit like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Just really quick, just want to check in and say hello to Dina. I want to continue. I just want to need to verify voice. How you doing, Dina?
Hey! It's great to be here finally on a Zoom while you guys are live.
It's great to have you. All
Thanks.
right, we'll just continue with transhumanist, and we will then go to Eban, and then Dina.
So one of the things that because my channel name is Transhumanist Cult Awareness Network is like I became aware of transhumanism and how it seems to be some kind of ruling class agenda. So that's why my channel name is that. It's not that. I just wanted to clarify, like I don't support transhumanism.
No, I can tell that. Yeah, no, that's I like it actually. Cool name.
I had all these weird experiences, especially with sleep paralysis, and then at one point the computer I have like started turning on in the middle of the night several times and like trying to play YouTube videos for me.
What?
And that was like the final straw for me. I was like, okay, whoever you are, you need to stop. I don't consent to this. And ever since then, I haven't had any other experiences.
Boom. Look at that. That's been great.
A couple years. Yeah, I know, right?
See, that shows the consent. I try to keep talking about this on the channel. It's so powerful. You just have to assert yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
And it has to be like a really huge, you have to really have the intention within. If it's half-assed, it's not going to work. It's got to be truly within you. It has to be your desire, and it will be. You can get rid of that crap.
And also,
good for you.
just not having fear too, I noticed, is like they really back off when you no longer have the fear. So
Yeah.
like, just for instance, when I was an atheist, like I just stopped believing it and stopped being afraid of hell
Yeah.
because I no longer believed in religion.
That shuts it right
And
down.
I think,
Yeah.
because of that, like those experiences stopped for a long time until I got back into spirituality. But then, so then I started finding stuff on YouTube about the soul trap. And then I remembered back to like my grandpa dying, and
Mhm.
like a few days before he died, he was talking to his dead brother. And I was like,
Wow.
what the hell is that
Mhm.
about? Like, that is so crazy. That was one of the things. I was still an atheist at that point, and I was like, I just thought it was
Jarred
the
you
weirdest
loose.
thing.
It
Why
kind
would
of,
he
yeah,
see
got you
that,
questioning.
know?
What, do you mind if I
Yep.
ask what year that was or how long ago?
That was 2010. My
Okay.
grandpa died in December 2010. And so, that was when I was in university, and,
Mhm.
in a materialist and an atheist and all that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So was it like the
what's
last day or last few days
No,
or month?
it was maybe like a few days to a week before he died.
Okay.
So, like, I guess he had walking pneumonia,
Ooh.
and supposedly that's what they said. And so I could tell he was about to die because he was acting really lethargic. He was just laying in bed. And, old people, they tend to like sit out on the porch and kind of observe things, and they stop like acting really. It's more just about like observing and resting, when you get older. And so that's how my grandpa was for a few years. And then toward the end, the very, very end, it was like he wouldn't even get out of bed.
Mm.
And so we were getting concerned, and we were like, maybe he's sick and we should take him to the hospital. But like a few days before that, he was sitting on the couch, and that's when he was also like talking in his sleep too. Like I would hear him like having arguments, and I just thought that was weird because my grandpa was a very soft-spoken person. He's Canadian, so it's like he's a very soft-spoken, kind person, like just very quiet, and not the type of person you would even hear cursing or anything like that. And so I heard him having like these weird arguments, talking in his sleep, and I just thought it was the most bizarre thing ever. And then he started talking to his brother when I was sitting on the couch in front of him. So I got curious, and I started asking stuff about his brother because I want to, I'm just the kind of person who I think I should know stuff about my family's history, So, so he started telling me about his brother, but he was acting like his brother was there in the room with us. It was really weird.
Was his brother like asking him to do anything, like come with him at some point? Did he ever say like he was going to go with his brother or anything like that?
I don't remember. It was so long ago. I don't remember exactly what he said, Like if I had the consciousness back then that I do now, I would have been laying everything down, like this is weird, this is weird. And but like
real quick, it's like your grandpa knew what was going to happen, and he just cut ties with this reality, and he just is like, fuck everyone, I'm going. That's what we maybe need to do now. It's like, fuck it, cut ties, and
it's like when you can tell when an animal is about to die, like I've seen this several times where like my parrot, since I had a parrot that was 25 years old and he died of cancer somehow. I don't know how he got cancer, probably because of all the processed food that we feed our animals. But
why should we wait 70 years to become awake and walk off into the woods?
Yeah,
we could do that now.
Well, the one thing unfortunately about the grandpa is that he's listening to even though he's going about his route, he's still talking with Matrix characters. Yeah, he thinks he's talking.
Giving us clues.
Yep. Yeah, I
Of
mean,
what
deathbed
happened.
visions and visitations are a huge part of unraveling this thing. I do have a video on that for anyone who hasn't watched it. Then there's some hospice
And
stuff coming too, but
yeah.
that's besides the point. But it's a huge part of figuring out this whole soul trap thing. But please continue.
Yeah. My grandpa, it's like he knew he was going to die too. And he had Alzheimer's. And so he's already pretty much like not there for many years. And so we were taking care of him. And I don't know if you guys can hear me okay.
Yeah, you sound good.
But all right, good. Yeah, it just keeps saying like unstable connection. So, but yeah, he had Alzheimer's. And so for him to be like talking about his brother, I was like, oh, I should listen to what he's saying and ask him questions because I want to know about his brother before he dies, because that history is going to be lost and he has Alzheimer's. So I started in questions about his brother, like what was his brother like, just things like that. And I didn't think like, oh, his brother's actually there. I just figured like my grandpa's about to die. He's just hallucinating or something. So, and by the end, my grandpa didn't want to get out of bed. I think he knew he was going to die somehow. And it's like, you kind of see that with pets too, is like my parrot that I was just talking about, like he died in my arms and, I could see the light go out of his eyes. It was really sad. And then, but that's kind of like something else that kind of traumatized me, was like watching life leave an animal is really scary.
Difficult.
And but like when as he was dying in my arms, like I could see like his eyes like were pinholing as if there was a light being shined into his eyes. So I just thought that was weird. And so to me, it's pretty clear that pets experience the same thing too, you know?
I think so. I think pets are, they're just in a different form. They're just experiencing it in a different form, but still have a spirit behind there.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, and then my mom's dog died and she was acting the exact same way. And I was like, the dog's gonna die soon. And then she died like 2 days later. And so it's like you can always kind of tell. It's like they get lethargic, they stop moving, they can't breathe very well toward the end. Like they all seem to like, every time I've ever seen like an animal or a person die, it's always like the same pattern of like behavior. And so yeah, and then
very similar characteristics, and like that's what I was saying previous stream, that we can easily identify when we are going to go. There are many hints.
Right. Yeah. So my plan to get out, because I've astral projected several times, so I know that there's something beyond this. Like to me, it's just a fact. Like it's not even like a theory or a hypothesis or anything. Like there's clearly more to this reality than we can see in waking life. And so I don't know, I would just like to think that I'll probably just go into a world of my own choosing or something. And sometimes I think about like, what would it be like? And because I've had like several dreams of like recurring dreams of places I've never been, and I just think to myself, I'd like to go there when I die. Maybe that might be a nice place to go. And so,
I think
my
building our
intention
own
is
reality
just,
is what it's all about.
Right. Just think about like the most paradisical place you could think of, and maybe that's where you can go,
and developing a way to create a portal.
Just going into
mind.
I don't see anything wrong with going into the void like you're saying, and just for a while, and
just to recoup. That's kind of how I look at it. Kind of just go through a portal that I made. I'm fully protected. Nothing's gonna mess with me. And then go and direction is outside of this matrix system completely. to my own individual realm, so to say, and then take
Right.
it from there. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
Christ, we've we've got eternity to figure this stuff out. We don't have to rush.
Time is an illusion.
Right.
Time is out of the question.
Doesn't even exist. Yeah.
No. We need to drop
What
that as
bothers
soon as
me is
possible.
I mean, I don't think that living on Earth is necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just all the suffering and the torture we seem to endure here that's just needless. And like, so to me, it's like the material realm isn't necessarily this awful place. Like, I enjoy doing things here. I like singing, I like dancing, I like martial arts, I like art, you know? And so to me, it's like we should just be able to come in and out of this realm as we please, in my opinion.
The problem is it's going in the transhumanist direction faster than we can
It's
fucking imagine.
ridiculous.
That's the
fast.
problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
It's like a way of kind of
if we reincarnate here one more time,
we're screwed.
We might be
I agree. Yeah.
roboticized.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Like, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't want to come back here in another life. Things that are happening now weren't happening. I actually wouldn't mind being in the material realm for however many lives. Like,
There's more material realms out there that we can jump into. Just don't come back to this one.
I agree. I actually agree with that. I think that I wouldn't mind like going to some other universe or planet or something, whatever's out there, and just like exploring a new world and having a different life there. And I don't even necessarily think there's anything wrong with like consenting to reincarnation. It's just the fact that we're so deceived and manipulated into it, and we're not given all the information, and our minds are wiped. That's what bothers me about the whole thing. And then also, it's like to experience challenges in life. That's okay too, but that doesn't have to necessitate suffering. That's the issues I take with all of it.
Yeah, it's
so
ridiculous. Totally ridiculous.
I would rather not come back to this reality for sure. There's no way I'm coming back to this one. But I wouldn't mind like going to another world or another universe and having experiences with other people. Like, I enjoy having interactions with other people, and
we've learned how this body works.
Right.
The sacred geometry of existence, and we can slip into a portal where we go into a different reality. Sovereign path where we're not forced or doing something against our will. So yeah. You're making total sense, but just standing up for yourself.
There's this show called The OA, and it's about something similar. Like, these people kind of like discover how to go to alternate dimensions. So I highly recommend watching that show. It was on Netflix. I don't know if it still is. It's
called the name of it again?
The dimension thing hard. They're pushing it because that's
what's the name? Sorry. Go ahead.
They're pushing alternate dimension shows hard right now because that is reality.
Yeah. Yeah. And what's the name of it? I'm sorry. What? Hello?
Oh, it's called The Original Angel.
The Original Angels?
Yeah, it's called it's on Netflix, and it's about how we go into we can go into different dimensions. We can go into alternate realities, and even in the show, they even admit that this is an actor-based reality.
Okay. Wow.
Is this show The OA?
Yes.
Yeah, it's called The OA. It's really, really good. I highly recommend.
Isn't that? It's a Netflix show, isn't it? I think I've seen it in my feed.
Yeah, you might be able to watch it. You might be able to watch it somewhere else. I don't know, but
it just shows that we are not in a base reality. We're just in some infinite reality right now. And it's all we know.
Yeah.
What did Elon Musk say? The chances that we were in base reality. He said something like, "How it's very probable we're in a simulation. The chances that we're in base reality is like 1 in a billion or something."
Oh yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, that was one of the few truth bombs Musk actually has probably dropped in his life.
Right.
Not many.
Right.
They canceled that show after 2 seasons, probably just because it had too many truth bombs in it or something.
Okay. Oh,
I
wait,
mean,
so
think
that's
about
on
it.
my
In the
list.
90s, all we had was these aliens and outer space, different realities. Now the media is pushing interdimensional realities as more real.
Yeah.
So we got to look at that.
Yeah, and I think I seriously I've talked about it on the show before. If any of you've caught it, where I think they're going to link in, the whole weather agenda that's been crammed down our throats for years, as a possible
5
problem.
years left.
Or since the '80s, for me at least, since I was a kid, little kid, they've been pushing it. And then it's either going to be, my opinion is that the prediction will be either that or it will be fake alien invasion. The only reason I'm kind of skeptical about the fake alien invasion is because, it's that narrative was put out there, but that could just be them revealing themselves like they reveal everything else. You just got to find it and run across it. And then they may take the next step where they say, okay, well, we want to help you and we have a solution, but you're going to have to come down to this center and maybe get this installed in your brain or this installed in your skin. And then you're going to have to hop into this other reality or do this. And then all of a sudden you'll be in another, whatever the hell however they're going to do it. I don't know if it'll happen in our lifetimes, but with the speed in which all of this is unraveling, it seems like it's coming a lot faster than probably any of us could imagine.
Oh yeah, they're going to try to put us in their pod within the next 20 years for sure. And they're going to offer a disaster that's worthy of their pod.
Yeah.
And
Point.
It's sick.
That's why I think we need to prepare our little bubble around ourselves.
Yeah.
That we're ready to weather any storm and say, no, I'm not dealing with your situation.
Yeah, I just will. Sorry.
It's always going to be fake. It's always going to be a false flag.
Yeah.
Every fucking time.
Yeah.
So just know that.
Yeah. I mean, every single damn thing out there is has an agenda attached to it.
Be like a dog and wander off into the woods on your own accord. Don't wander into their fucking pod.
Hell yeah, bro. That's it. So did you want to continue transhumanist? Was there anything else to add on there? I forgot where we left off.
No, that's I shall cede the floor to somebody else. Whoever wants to talk next, feel free. Or if anybody has any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
Transhumanist. What is your sleep paralysis? I've had that. How did you beat it? Just by overcoming the fear?
Yeah, exactly. It was just overcoming the fear. So basically, the last time I really had fear about it, I was laying in bed and it started happening again. And that was at the point where I had just become an atheist. And I just said, this isn't real. It's all my imagination. And I just laid there and then it just slowly faded away and it stopped coming back after that. And then I became spiritual, as I mentioned, and then it started happening again, but not quite as often. And so I get it like once in a while now, but it just doesn't bother me anymore. I just find it to be like a fascinating experience at this point. So I think that if any entities were actually harassing me in those times, they don't really find me to be a fun person to mess with anymore. So it's like they don't really put much effort into scaring me anymore, it seems like. So it just stopped pretty much.
That's basically what happened with me. But the thing about sleep paralysis is I literally felt like it was an interdimensional being that was in my coming to me and trying to scare me and suck me in. And I was scared to just let go of fear because I thought I would get sucked into his dimension completely. It's weird, but like I before I knew any of this, I felt like it was definitely a interdimensional thing that wanted me in its realm.
I think it is interdimensional. I agree with you because I just saw the weirdest things, like literally portals of blue light opening up in my walls, weird booming deep voice want to talk to me when I'm paralyzed. Yes. And I thought it was like demons. I don't know. It could have been, but to me, it was demonic harassment, you know? Yeah. And then now when I have sleep paralysis, I do see things now when I have sleep paralysis, like I'll see people around me or hear voices, but I just don't really pay it attention anymore. So it just doesn't scare me. And so it kind of just goes away and I don't get messed with for a while again. And then I usually just revoke my consent and then I just don't get messed with for a while.
Same. Yeah. Same. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So let's, anybody else have a question?
Well, one thing, so yeah, I had a sleep paralysis once, and it was after my final ayahuasca experience, I think a couple of weeks after it. And so one of the things with ayahuasca is if you learn your lessons from it, especially the last one, which is just conquering your fear, that sleep paralysis was a weird experience because I'd never experienced it before. And not like I didn't get any contact or anything like that. It was just, I was just paralyzed, but awake, couldn't move my body. But I just was relaxed. I wasn't scared. And I just said, okay, just move one thing at a time. So I was just focused on moving like a finger or a toe. And then just all of a sudden, everything just started to be in my control again. So, you know, just don't be in fear, and that'll help you get out of it.
Yeah, and a lot of times you can transcend sleep paralysis to a full-on astral projection. So there are some positives that can come out of it too. But yeah, good.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like it felt like it was a doorway to another dimension if you could just stick with it and beat the fear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I firmly believe that it is almost like a point where they want to halt us from going any further. And exactly. Yeah, and you know, it's kind of like, okay, let's scare the crap out of you and freaking paralyze you so you're not as inclined to go further because you can.
Yeah, what if you just lay there and just let it go and just whereas this big fat demon is gonna shake his face in my space, and what happens if I just let him do it until he just like says, well, okay, you beat me. Mm-hmm. Come on, let's go. Mm-hmm. You know? Yeah. Then he invites you in. I don't know. It's got to be like a door, though. The sleep paralysis.
You know, I had sleep paralysis. It's been a long time because I learned how to relax. And then it stopped happening. They were like, oh, dang it, it's not working. Because I was terrified at first when it first happened, obviously, because it's terrifying. And then all of a sudden, one time I just said, you know what, forget it. I'm just going to relax. And I did. And I had this really intense, overwhelming sensation. Well, it was actually just a sexual like energy that just went boom, like right over my body. And then I could have the most amazing dreams after that. Well, I thought they were dreams. But one time that happened, and next thing I know, I'm dreaming that I'm flying into, I just bailed. I was flying into the sky. This is way before I knew anything about any of this. And I would look at a star, be at it. It was that fast. Look at a star, be at it. Look at a star, be at it. No energy, no effort, nothing. And of course, because they're always on our ass, somebody was behind me, and it was a male, and I never saw him. And he said, whatever you do, don't look down. Like he was joking, because I would be in the earth, you know? And so I just kept going, and I had the thought, I want to go where I'm from. And then I thought, no, because if I do that, I'll never come back. And then instead, I stopped off at this planet that was all Black people. And I had a conversation, the longest conversation with this guy. I came out on his porch, we chatted, and he probably had a dream about the whitest person he's ever seen. And then it kind of became more dreamlike, and that's all I remembered. But it never happened again, because they were like, shut that one down.
Shut her down. Yeah.
Shut her down.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Oh no, yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, I just think it's so common to feel that when you astral project or get out there, that, you know, there's so many people, even in NDE'S we see it, but, you know, in astral projection it's common as hell, about, you know, reaching this point of no return, you know? So it's there's got to be something to it. Got to be something to it.
I think they definitely manipulate that space and try everything to keep us from doing it. Like all the hag and all the typical characters people see, the man with the hat, you know, whatever crazy demons they can throw at us at the gate. They definitely do. And it works. I mean, who wants to keep going after you see that?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's like, oh, there's so much more out there. Just like all the NDE'S who say they don't want to come back. That's because they feel like they're in where they should be. You know, they feel in their more organic self, even though they're in the Matrix.
You know, something I've thought of when you've talked about not engaging or interacting with them, like when they come at you after death or in an NDE. I was following a gal who did a lot of astral projecting, Erin Pavlina. So she's got quite a new age spin on her work. So I take it all with a grain of salt. But one of the things that she mentions as a tool that when she was first traveling out of body and she would see things that would scare the bejesus out of her, a friend of hers had told her to turn her back on it. And she's like, no way, that doesn't work. So she tried it. There was some creepy entity, and she turns her back on it, and the whole scene changed.
Everything changed. Yep.
The whole scene changed. And so I'm curious about that. Like, what if, you know, while most of the population will fall on their knees weeping at the Archon Jesus, what if you just turned your back on it? I mean, what would that do?
Yeah, no, I think it would work. The problem is it's dependent on the person's belief system is always front and center. And then if the love bomb's present, that doesn't help the situation at all either. So it really, I think it would work, in my opinion, 100%, but it would have to be on a case-by-case basis, depending on the person's belief system. And once they travel far enough through the light and reach that love bomb, that's when it seems like it's even harder to, you know, get past it and you know, really put your foot down. That's why I think the best thing is to avoid it all completely and shut it down immediately, no matter what you're dealing with. And like you mentioned with the astral projection person, she another common thing we see with breakthrough trip reports of people who interact with entities. They are able to change their scenario instantly. And I've heard other astral projection experiences discuss this too, but it just has to come with that full intention. It has to really want to be done as a directive, and boom, the whole scene will change. But it's up to them to do that.
That's why they
and
work
mean
so
it.
hard. Yeah, that's why they work so hard to keep us from ever getting to the point where we're having this conversation right here.
Yep.
That's where the game is. The game is in keeping people from ever broaching the topic or understanding or questioning it. Because once we're here, I think we're pretty rogue in the whole game.
Yeah. I mean, it's they don't want us to figure out that, hey, we're creator beings capable of creating and denying consent and consenting and using our intention for ourselves. Yeah, I mean that's really the whole ball game when it's boiled down. They want to hide that from us.
100%. In 2018, I was a liberal New Ager. I full through and through, and I woke up to everything in the last 3 years. It's an undertaking, and it's intense, and it's not common to do it the way I did it. But because I was under I was in that mind control stream, I see how it works. So from the inside, do you know what I mean? Like, what a trip and I don't know if anybody else here on the call has been under like the real mind control of how they wanted us to see it quite like that. But I was there, and, it was ultimately logic. Finally, thank God, prevailed. And I said, my God, what am I believing? Because none of it appears to be happening. Yeah. Like, if I really believe I have guides, they should be fired.
I like that.
Like, they're bad at what they're doing.
Yeah. They're horrible.
Yeah, they really suck. And so I started to really look, instead of, because, like the New Age really has you blame yourself for everything. Mm-hmm. You're thinking wrong, you're vibrating wrong, all that. And so when I finally was like, what am I believing again? And I really dismantled it. I realized I was only one logic leap away from dismantling my deepest beliefs. Just one question away of going, wow, that doesn't really make sense now, does it? So it was, it was the fast waking up out of mind control. It was pretty intense, but I'm really grateful to be able to see how it's done, how the game is played, because that's really the program, the gameplay is that how they mind control us through our lives.
Yeah. I fell into the New Age thing for a brief moment. Tried doing the love and light, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of just, I snapped out of it quick, but there's something to be said about falling down that hole of positivity. It works, but then you're also, just like any other kind of brainwashing religious type technique, it's just not the authentic. Something's wrong. And I think anyone who questions things and has questioned things, and it kind of just comes from within, realizes that at some point, it may not be right away, maybe it'll be quick, but everyone kind of just, all these little traps are set up all over the realm. And the system's just hoping that you and I and everyone here falls into it as quickly as possible and never comes out.
That's totally it. I know. It's so funny. It's funny when you can wake up and see the reality for the sham that it is, then it's kind of funny to see its games. Like, it's really playing games with us, and not just in a solipsism sort of way. I mean, just with all of us. And I love the fact that I have kids that are open to this. So I'm able to teach them out of the gate. I have a 9-year-old and a 15-year-old that are just amazing. So we'll go about our day and say something really cool is about to happen. But right before it happened, this actually happened to me last week. I was having a great conversation with someone I work with. Or was about to have a great conversation, the fire alarm goes off in the building. It has never gone off in the building. And we all went outside. I had my kids with me that day. And I said to my daughter, do you see what reality is doing? And she's like, yes, I do. Sure enough, we went back in and proceeded to have the conversation that made sense why the fire alarm would have gone off, right? Like, it's always doing that sort of thing to slow us down, stop us, frustrate us, just keep us in this state of discomfort and annoyance, right?
Yeah, it's incredible what's going on out there. But yeah, I think it's important to, at least for me, it really helps to, you never take this reality seriously. I always have it on view as a clown show, and it just makes it better. It makes it so much better. Because once you start taking this reality just a little bit seriously, then that's when the claws can start coming out and they can start sucking you back in again. And it's just so much easier to just say, fuck it. It's a clown show. And all they have is deception. When it's all boiled down, all they have is deception and illusions. And they're just hoping you fall for it. Because other than that, they got nothing.
They got nothing. They got no plan B.
Nope. Because they can't. They can have a plan B.
There's no plan B.
Yeah.
Look at all these people looking at buildings and mountains as melted buildings and titans that are melted. Look at that distraction. And they're running around like trying to figure this shit out. It's like, oh my God, you've been fooled.
Well, it makes it kind of look like it runs like a computer program, right? Because it's like, this is its program. It doesn't have another program.
Anything you want to see, you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a hologram.
Yeah, totally. It's very, it doesn't run like a real world at all. It definitely sums up.
Subjective reality. I mean, the philosophers have been saying this for millennia. Subjective reality.
Yeah. Subjective, perception.
Plato's cave.
Plato's cave, but we're just in a giant cave.
Yeah, I mean, they put the truth bombs back in the Greek time. I mean,
big time.
They're not afraid to put truth bombs back to the Egyptians, whoever.
You just got to find them.
Running around.
They know nobody's going to find them, though, too. There are not many are going to find them. So and I think the whole thing, just like we get all these controlled releases out there, it's just part of the game that has to be revealed, or the part of the deception that just, I feel deep inside, has to be revealed for them to continue like the consent train to, like, oh, we made you aware the information exists somewhere, but you got to plow through your brainwashing and ask all these questions in order to get yourself out of it. But all the information is spread everywhere. It's all over the place. Little bits and pieces.
That's what's so amazing with Wayne. He knows every bit of pop culture truth bomb with rock and roll. They must have been dropping just bomb after bomb with the invention of rock and roll. Amazing. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's jam-packed.
But rock and roll is the same equivalent as the shape of the earth. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
They're going to drop this incredible freedom blast in certain arenas, but control it.
Yeah, control it, and then mix in a shit ton of lies too, or not a shit ton, but a decent amount of lies. It depends on what the information is, who you're getting it from, but they have like kind of variety of ways they do it, where sometimes it could be like 80% truth, 20% bullshit, and then it could be 50-50. It really kind of depends. That's at least kind of how I've seen it unfold, definitely primarily on YouTube or any sort of platform, who's trying to share truth. And just quickly, Endred asked, "Where is Wayne?" Love that guy. Wayne, I was sick for a few weeks, and Wayne has a family issue he's attending to, but I did recently just get an email from him. So, Wayne, if you are listening tonight, I will get back to you probably tomorrow or Monday. And we may sneak in a Saturday over the coming weeks, but it's really kind of up in the air right now until Wayne does his thing. So but we're definitely going to be moving on to the experiencer episode, which I can't wait for. So, and I respect Wayne greatly. He's just an incredible researcher, and I'm probably going to be having Dan from Overwatch channel on sometime over the next few months. We're just trying to hash out some details. So, Dan, if you're out there, I hope you're doing well. I did send you an email a couple days back. So, let's see. Iban, anybody have any more questions for transhumanists before we move on? Okay. All right. So, Iban Kim, good to see you, my friend. Great
Hey,
to
nice
have you
to
on the
see you.
show. How you doing
Yeah.
today?
Good. How about you?
Good, man.
Glad everything's going well with the stream and everything else.
Yeah.
A lot of good people here.
Yeah. A really good group of people.
So I've just been
Spirits.
kind of going along, just waiting for something to do in a way, and try not to get bored. One of the things that just kind of came up is what I've been thinking about a long time, right? We mentioned it earlier, where this could possibly not be the base reality type of world, and that's been going on a while through mythology or ancient religions like Zoroastrian and Gnostic kind of experiences, where you've got the spiritual world, and this world is created by like a demiurge or Ahriman to mimic the good world, the spirit world, whatever it is. And so everything that's here is a reflection of that, but not a perfect mimic of that world. So when I was thinking about that is like, okay, so if we've got a world like that, that's just created, kind of like how a program exists for video game worlds, there's going to be bugs and exploits.
Mm-hmm.
And so people who don't know what a bug is, it's basically something that's not intended to work the way it was from the developer, the person who created the game or the application. Now, an exploit is a way to either use a bug, or sometimes it's not even using a bug, but just the way that the world was created in a way from the code, and you can use it to your benefit or in a way that wasn't intended. So I'm trying to figure out, hey, let's say this is not the base world, or this is a copy of the spiritual world. Can there be a bug or an exploit? Some people have alluded to this as like magic or dark magic or whatever, except you're giving something up if you're going to do it that way, right? So trying to do it not that way, but just as, for example, if you're going to be, you can be an exploiter or someone who finds bugs and use it in a bad way, whatever the program is. And but there are other people who finds these things and use them in a good way, report it, or just let other people know about it, so it doesn't hurt them in some way, whether it's gameplay or you're using it and you've got like security vulnerabilities and things like that. So trying to go about it in that direction. So one of the aspects I've been trying to do is kind of go through and experience these entheogens. Like I mentioned earlier, I've tried marijuana, ayahuasca. The latest thing I've been doing was working with the Mexican dream herb, Kalia Zaka Tachichi. I think that's how it's called. Now, what the Mexican dream herb does is it's about controlling your dreams and being able to remember them. So having all these lucid dreams, and it's pretty good. I took the tea. It's so bitter, it's really hard to take. So what I've also been doing is making tinctures of different entheogens and see how much of it do I take in order to get an experience where I can actually where it can actually seem helpful. So once I figure out a good tincture mix, and of course everyone's going to be different of how much they intake. And a great thing about tinctures, you don't have to ingest it, so you're not going to have the purging process. The purging process is always the healing process, because these are kind of like poisons in some way, but they're also healing poisons, if that makes sense. It's like an oxymoron. Now so if I get more into that, and of course I'll make a video of it and let people know.
Yeah, please do.
Thanks. The other thing is just kind of looking at etymology again. I'm sure everyone here's kind of done their homework on etymology, but certain words just kind of come out, and part of the things that I've searched for before is so transhumanist cult awareness. So I do alcohol extractions, and I also do vinegar extractions. So those are two tincture mixes that I use. There's pros and cons with different types of extractions with tinctures. So it'd be cool to talk about that sometime too.
Yeah.
All right. So the etymology list that I've been kind of going over lately was, of course, everyone knows Archie.
You know what, Ivan? Do you mind if we hold? I just gotta refill my water. Mind if we I meant to take a 5-minute break about an hour ago. So yeah, why don't we pick up on the etymology? We're just gonna take about 5 minutes, my friends, and we'll be right back. Thank you so much, Ivan. I appreciate it. All right, see you in a moment, my friends. All right, guys, if you want to talk amongst yourself, if you want to talk amongst yourself, you're more than welcome. I'll be right back. Find the damn camera. There it is. Okay, hello everybody. We are back. Welcome to the, I guess, second segment of our roundtable discussion, covering a wide variety of topics tonight. And next, we are going to go back to Iban Kim, and so let's pick up where we left off, my friend.
All right. So I was getting
Etymology.
to etymology. Yeah. So some of the things that were just coming up all the time was like hierarchy, right? And so if you go back to the word archy, which is rulers, and anarchy is without rulers, what's hierarchy is just inherited rulers. So just that just started me on the path of, all right, so let's look at more words that have archy in it. So there's architecture. So if I look at the etymology of the Latin, the tect part is a web or weave. So an architecture would mean a ruler's web or weave. An architect is, architecture, sorry. A tect is ruler who covers or weaves. I think that's what it could be meant. There's archaeology, which is ology is just a study. So you got a study of rulers every time you see something that's an archaeological find. Archi also is an avatar of Lakshmi in Hinduism, and Lakshmi is basically the mother goddess or Maya, the illusion. A couple of different meanings, but in Hinduism, the etymology of Lakshmi itself is to perceive, observe, or know or understand your goal, aim, or objective. So there's just just a lot of it's like gnosis in some ways in Hinduism. So what's funny is you've got this root word from Hindi from thousands of years ago, archi, which is just a different way of naming like the material version of a spiritual entity, the mother goddess or whatnot, and that has become the root word for rulers. So I just think that was pretty interesting to find. So another thing is histos, which is part of like history. So histos is a warp or web, or to stand or to set. So you've got ori, which is having to do with, or it's characterized by tending to or a place for. So history, I always thought like the word play would be like, his story. But if you look at the etymology of it, it's having to do with the web. And the web is just another term for matrix or lies or illusion, right? So there's history, and now there's oracle. You've got the aura, like in history. Oracle is a divine announcement. So historical is a divine announcement having to do with the web. So whenever you look, try not maybe look at the words a different way whenever you see it. So when you see reading something from history or reading something historical, they may have different connotations that wasn't meant for the profane or whatever. Is how there's this secret mysteries cult way back then that seems to have continued on. That's not really taught to any of us. We just have to figure it out.
Yeah, they're
on our
taught
own.
something completely different than we are.
Yeah. So anyways, that's kind of another path I've been going down to just investigate. But I don't really do anything until something just randomly gets me thinking of doing it, right?
Kind of run like that too, man. I've always kind of been that way too. I dip in and out of things, and things just kind of seem, whatever draws me is what I dive into, and it just cascades from there.
Yeah. Anyways, that's it. There's nothing groundbreaking. But just if anyone is interested in it, just go on to my
check out Iban's channel.
I don't have much lately because I haven't been doing much.
You can drop a
if
link.
anything,
You want? I made you a
no, that's
mod, right?
fine. If people want to, they'll figure it
Okay.
out. It's really easy. It's
Easy
my
to
name.
search. Yeah, Eban Kim, and do the channel filter, but it should pop up pretty easily. Or you might ignore the videos from the crazy your number one fan there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had a really weird
Oh
follower.
my god, dude.
But he's just been some troll that was going around for a couple of like a decade or two.
Oh yeah,
He
he's
just
got a
started following
history.
me.
He's got a history. Oh my
And so I just
God.
had to do a lot of web searching, and a lot of his stuff, like all the bad stuff, is just has just been cleaned up. You can't access it anymore. But there's been a lot of people who have been followed by this guy, trolled by this guy, and those websites are still up. So that's where I got most of my data about this guy.
Crazy. Well, is he leaving you alone at least, or?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I
good.
don't really pay attention anymore, so
Good.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm pretty sure he's left me
I
alone
thought it
'cause-
was hilarious when you changed your profile picture and all that. I mean, that was so freaking funny, man. I was laughing my ass off.
I mean, that's like the worst thing you could do to like some troll or someone who's bothering you or gang stalking you is just expose them, right? And
I think you put in your about section too, like my channel is dedicated to my number one fan or something like that. It's freaking genius.
yeah, I just have fun with it.
Yeah. You throw it right back in his face. You pull out the rug from underneath him. Yeah. Good show. All right. So was there anyone want to ask Eban anything? Okay. We will move on to Dina. Did you want to drop in?
Hey, yeah, sure. I have a question that there'd be an interest. I'd love to hear what each of you think about this, or anyone who wants to talk about it. I have moments where, like, I feel like I've come about as far as I'm probably going to come with this understanding. What are the ways that I fight back? I stop buying into the idea of, go do great things. You've got to go change the world and divine life purpose. I've
You have a mission.
Oh yeah, I bought that so hard for so long, and when I was one of the things I dismantled, and I was like, so now I have my goals are, I just want a good enough job to survive well enough. That's it. That's all I want.
And
I don't want any more than that.
Anyone in this chat or I swear to God, everyone says the same thing. They just want to be comfortable.
That's it. I just good enough, well enough, and the least amount of energy to make what I have to make. That's it. I'm not putting any more into this matrix, because honestly, that's the stuff that keeps it going, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they can convince good people to do great things, they can pretend a little longer. This isn't a shit show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I stopped being the guy that's going to paint the walls of this place prettier. Then, I really just scale back. I don't want to travel the world. I don't want to see this world. Why? Especially now. I totally do not buy into, and it's been a real targeted avenue for me, romantic relationships and partnerships. So nope, that's one of the ways I keep myself closed off from that targeting. Friends as well. So I'm very, very cautious about letting anyone new into my life. And so what happens with all, like, I'm very proud of myself for making these choices. Many of these choices go very much against who I am, right? So I have to,
or who you were.
Yeah, right. And or who I even want to be, because I would really love to express the part of me that really does like people. You know?
Of course. You just want to do it with someone you can relate with and actually have a conversation with.
And even with friends, like I'm if I go out in the world and try to make a friend, I guarantee you it's probably going to be the borderline that covers themselves well. It's going to be, right? It's going to be a narcissist I didn't see. It's going to be it's just always that dynamic. And so I was realizing just yesterday, I was feeling this deep sadness, and I was like, what is this? What is this? Oh, this is me grieving hope. There's nothing to hope for. And I'm 47. So I'm glad I'm not younger, but I'm not old enough to live out what I might have to live out with no hope. So I'm just really curious how you guys create, because then obviously the next intelligent step for a conscious being is decide for myself what I will make this about, and make it something that can give me hope for myself and those very close to me. But it's a struggle of trying to figure out what that is. So I'm just really curious what you guys have grappled with around that.
Yeah. For me personally, it's kind of started with a gradual and very organic disconnection and withdrawal from my circle of friends. It was one by one by one, I started to realize that we truly had barely anything in common after I started awakening. And one of my best friend from elementary school was the very last one I let go. And it started at the beginning of, middle of 2000. And you can guess the reason for that as to what's been going on. And I just finally sat down. I didn't sit down with him, but I called him and I said, look, man, it's time we have a more serious conversation. He had just visited, the year before, flew in. We spent the weekend together and caught up. And I started talking to him about some of the things I know and looked into. And he snapped at me and said, hey, I'm here to visit you on vacation. I don't want to talk about this shit, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so whatever. Right? Okay, fine. You're on vacation. Let's just chill. We'll have a good time. Then when the whole thing started, a couple years ago, and I called him in the middle of the year, I was like, okay, well, let's really talk now. I mean, you're seeing what's going on, and I want to kind of explain some stuff to you. Now, mind you, he was traveling. He was working for a company that sells marijuana, creates, builds marijuana stores all over the country, and he was helping set them up. So he was traveling a lot. So I was naturally worried that he was going to get the thing in order to travel and, possibly keep his job, blah, 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 blah. And he just completely blew his lid on me. And I have the conversation recorded, actually. And I was even contemplating sharing it on the channel. But it's a tough one because, again, this is my best friend from elementary school. We traveled the country together. We went to camp together as kids. I mean, we did everything together until mid early 20s, and then we would fly out and visit each other back and forth. And then it was very very difficult. It was like he felt to me as like that last connection within my friend group. The other ones, I mean, I knew them for years too, but he was, the tough one for me to just say, fuck it. But, after that phone call, if I ever play on the channel, everyone will understand why. But after that phone call, I just woke up and said to myself, why am I perpetuating this relationship, this friendship? It's insane. I can't, I'm always, hearing all his shit, but I can't talk about anything that I'm really looking at or going through because it's it just there's no mutual respect between us. It's just, he lives in his world, I live in mine, and we'll talk about his world and all the good times, blah blah. But if I start talking about anything that I'm looking into, it just falls apart, and he rips me to shreds. So that it was very organic. Like I just stopped texting him, stopped calling him. Didn't even really think much about it. I did for maybe a couple months, but then he messaged me during the holidays, checked in, and I decided not to respond. And I have not, talked to him since the middle of 2020. And it was just looking back on it, just crazy to have spent that much time with someone, travel the country, school, camp, everything, going on the bus every morning together, and just not, just severing that relationship without a word. Didn't say a thing to
Yeah.
him.
I think a lot of us have gone through a lot of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's so, or you like even meet somebody now and you're like, oh, finally, it's like water in the desert. And then within a few months, you're like, oh, wow, there's some skeleton in the
Yeah.
closet. There's some reason why it won't work, or this person can't be in your life for you. And this has just been in friendships for me. Like I'll find out they're a borderline, or I'll find out, they're just too gone. I think we're dealing with that. We're dealing with people who are beaten up by this reality by now.
100%.
By 30s and 40s, people are not okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if we can just get through the rest of our lives with our sanity somewhat intact, I think that's about all we can ask for anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, gone are the days. What do you want to be when you grow up? I just want to try to stay a little bit sane. But on my way out of here, like, it's really, that's what for anyone who's awake and paying attention, like, these are the kind of thoughts a lot of us are having.
Yeah, it's all about just staying as sane, like you said, sane and as centered as possible until it's time to leave.
Yeah.
And try and make the best of it as best we can. And I mean, I'm a big promoter of, getting out in the nature, hiking, if you can, camp. Meditation helps. Some mindfulness practice, all that stuff does help. It helps me. And I tons of people will leave messages saying, yeah, nature helps me. A lot of people who just have channels talk about nature helps them. It is it's a healing modality. It really is. And it's a good way to just get the hell out of the house and, lose yourself in the woods for a little while, and then come back home and you feel better. It really, the fresh air helps. But yeah, it's part of the matrix, but we're here. We gotta do what we gotta do to make each day as good as we can.
Yeah, you guys are going to laugh at me. This is what happened. The day after I was really in my feels about that, I said, you know what? I'm going to go into the office. I usually work from home. And I work in an office of very nice people, totally matrix people, right? Like, they're very NPCs. And I just needed to go be around really simple matrix people for the day. And so I went to work and I decided to be the receptionist because we are hiring one. I said, you know what? I'm just going to do this while I do my job. I'm going to answer the phones and help you guys out. They're like, okay. I had such a blast. And the office manager walks by me and I was like, oh my God. So she's like, thanks so much for coming in today. Sorry. The reason I was there ended up not working out anyway. She goes, I'm sorry that didn't work out. You came in. I said, oh my God, I had such a good time. I'm coming back until you hire a receptionist. I had so much fun. It really made me evaluate how lame my life is.
Wow.
Really, that was just, I was like, oh, I mean, these are not conscious people having conscious conversations at all. It was just to be around people. I had a great time. That's how
You
I was.
hacked the matrix in that way.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good
Hacked it
point.
Wide open, just like going into nature. You were hacking it by just going out and being sovereign and being fine with nothing.
Yep.
Out,
Yeah.
you know, and not battling, not taking a side. Just that's the win. Going out into your office and being like, I'm gonna enjoy whatever interaction, not take a side, just enjoy whatever happens.
Yeah, it worked too. And it kept me very busy and engaged. And I actually got more of my own work done because it was like a little time challenge now. And then, got me out of my own head. I'm a deep, complex thinker. Obviously, we all are. I don't know if you guys struggle with this, but sometimes I do need to distract from that. Because I'm too smart for my own good. I see too much for my own good, and it can make life feel even harder sometimes. But that was my funny story for yesterday. And so now I'm going to be a receptionist, and basically I just told them I'm not. And the reality did not expect that. So
throw them a curveball.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she's a receptionist now. We can't mess with her the way we were messing with her.
I love it.
I think you just have to figure out a good outlet.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's, I don't know if you want to say if that's a key or not. It's just a way to just kind of wait until things are done with. Like I'm okay with dying because there's, aside from like my family, there's nothing I really care for. It's like, if you guys are going to force me to take a shot or whatever to live this in this society, it's like, all right, come and kill me. I'm not going to take it. It's like, there's no reason to live in a world this controlling and stuff like that. And so also a lot of things, like I have a very, I really love being creative. And one of my outlets is just storytelling, but because I've always wanted to write stories and make them into movies or short clips or whatever. But then I realized, you know what? I don't get enough views. No one's going to accept it. And if they do, it's going to just be bastardized or corrupted or diminished in some way. So my outlet is to share them with my kids. So if they want stories, I'll tell them stories. So there's nothing written down or shared with the world. It's unfortunate, but at least there's an outlet for me. And that really helps.
I was thinking along those lines recently too, because I was like, what? Because I love to create. I love to have fun. And I have kids that are my captive audience for now, So I was actually also thinking that like a week or two ago, what can I do that I could share just with them? So at least it's an expression and it's joyful and we benefit, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that. How old are your kids?
8 and 4.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
How
cool.
about your kids?
Mine I actually have 3, 16, 15, and 9.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's fun. That it is great to have. It's such a double-edged sword being a parent and knowing this stuff, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's gotta be
Oh,
crazy.
boy.
I'm not a parent, but I can imagine. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's so crazy making. Yeah, because it's like they trap us good with that one. Once you have kids, you're like, okay, well, I got to go through this fire as long as I can go through this fire. That's just what it is.
Yeah. But the kids are smart. Like, I always talk about this whole COVID situation. Is like, so how many
just be careful with just use an alternative name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The Cupid thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
it's almost Valentine's Day. We're all right.
How many people have gotten Cupid? And whether it's she says a lot or a little, and I just go, so how many people have died from Cupid? And she goes, well, usually it's going to be like not a lot. And so does this make sense to do? And her reaction is like, no, it makes no sense. My daughter's 8. Yeah. It's just fun because it's like, they're just so smart. They're not indoctrinated into the world yet. And I think it has to do with parentage because they go to public school. I went to public school. It's just having your own analytical thinking and being able to think for yourself and having the freedom to do so. It doesn't matter what they try to do.
Right. That's right. And then they can see it, which is interesting, right? So my daughter will tell me, "Oh, mom, look at this." She can see the agenda now in the schoolwork.
Awesome.
She goes home. They do school from home, but it's a public school. So so she'll show me, "Oh, look, there. I see this agenda here. I see that agenda here." It's funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I mean, I think back and I just, even though as far back as I can remember, I always thought something was wrong here. I just wish I didn't go through all the bull to,
Yeah.
and had
Figure it
some
out.
sort of, yeah. So it's
Right.
awesome that you're able to both help facilitate that for them.
I've told them, I'm like, you guys have no idea. You have no idea how many people would get what they would give to have known this starting out. Like the things you're not going to take to heart, the things you're not going to take seriously that I did,
And all the
You're not gonna
damage, all the damage.
all the damage. Yeah, you're not going to make a failure mean you're bad. You're just not, because it's set up for you to fail. Now, is that an excuse to be a victim? No. But don't lose yourself in trying. If you can't achieve a goal, find a new goal. Find an achievable goal.
Yeah.
Like, it's not what they say. Don't buy into the things, Be successful. You must prove yourself. To who? To what?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, between both of you, have either of your children ever talked about past lives or implied something that may have piqued your interest?
I can tell you my oldest, when he's almost 17, when he was about 3, he was a little guy. He was very aware. He could see beyond the veil. He could see entities that were around us. But one day we were driving and I was taking him to daycare, and he said, this is interesting because I was very New Age indoctrinated at the time. So I didn't have the awareness I have now about, there's different levels of consciousness here, right? Some people appear to have a little extra something that others don't have. The divine spark, as the Gnostics would say. I didn't get that yet. I do now. But as I was driving him to school, he said, "Mom, not everybody has hearts. Only we do." And I was like, wait, what? Are you saying, and I repeat it back, and he said, yes. I'm saying that not everybody has hearts. And I said, oh, you're correct. Some do. You have to look for them. Right. And so now I get that what he was seeing on even a deeper level. At that same age, he had said to me one time, "Mom, do you see those clouds way over there?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, my real home is from, it's those clouds, but it's beyond those. Oh, way over there. It's far away. He said, "I have friends who are there that aren't here. And when I'm done hanging out with you guys, God's going to take me back to my home." Then he pauses and he goes, "God's going to take a lot of people back home." Creepy things kids say. I was like, whoa.
Wow.
Yeah. So but nothing that I recall that they talked about past lives, just the things that they could kind of see it from time to time, like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Peeking through the window. Jenny says he knows that some humans don't have souls.
I think so. I think that's true. Based on what I'm seeing going on out here.
Yeah.
So is that how we explain NPCs? Do you think?
I think I've really done a total flip on my thoughts about NPCs, because even though we obviously know they exist in anything that's popular, anything that's music, TVs, authors that get big press, you name it, politicians, all the big names that trend, there's likely some sort of NPC component behind them that's actually an NPC, if not even we've seen examples of some celebrities that are flat out robots. I can't remember one of them off the top of my head, but I mean, and these weird little breakdowns, which I suspect are just, robotic type, very highly advanced robotic humans. But as the culture as a whole is, I really took a turn on that because I really started to apply, everything I learned about brainwashing and how it all works and how sophisticated it is, how deep it goes. And you could kind of understand how a real spirit can get lost in it. I mean, I think about myself and how I was lost in it, and it just makes me kind of empathize with those out there who are lost that are still actual spirits. But I mean, how do we know what this how big a issue this is? That's the thing I don't really have an answer to, and there's no way I think I'll ever know, and or any of us will know until perhaps maybe when we leave here, how deep this whole thing goes. Um, but for now, I have compassion and empathy for them, even though yes, they have NPC like behaviors. I don't. It's This is on such a grand scale, and all TVs in every house, radios in every house, newspapers, well, not really newspapers anymore, internet, all this stuff is just so widespread that it what's the target percentage of real spirits to NPCs? And I think I don't know how big it is, but the more I think about it and just guess, I don't think there are as many as I initially thought. I was thinking like, at one point 80-90%. But now I just simply don't know, and I don't pretend to know. But it's a tough one. I'd love to hear all of your opinions on this.
One of my oh, go ahead.
I was just thinking kind of similar. It's like, why invest so much money and resources into the brainwashing if there's no one to brainwash?
Yeah.
If all of these people are just empty husks, they don't have a soul, they don't have a consciousness, blah, blah, blah. Why invest so much effort if there's not even that many of us who are conscious, right?
And we're so spread out too. Think about all of us. We're so spread out. We are usually about the farthest distance possible from each other who've kind of come here. And so, why wouldn't they, plop all real spirits into one little section of the realm and make it easier? I mean, I don't know. These are weird things I think about. I don't know.
One of the things.
Oh, go on.
One of the things I think about is, what if we're here to share our heart or soul or whatever you want to call it with those who we think deserve it?
That's a good point. And also, it just seems like I feel like I'm here to tell people the truth, So I don't know, what other purpose do we have in life, in my view? Because I was really resonating with what Deanna was saying earlier is, what is the point of being part of the hierarchy? What is the point? And once you realize that, you stop fearing rejection, you stop fearing not succeeding in life, and you realize it was all set up to fail us. Why invest so many resources into making us all fail? Very few people actually succeed in this realm. There might be a lot of people who have better lives than you by comparison, but really the vast majority of us are on the bottom of the rung of the ladder. We're on the bottom rung of the ladder compared to the elite. So I think it's the people at the top that are the empty husks, to be honest.
Yep. It could be 100% NPCs, and you are the only souled person in the world. And I think that's the way to look at it. You know that you are.
I'm just content with not knowing. I'm just content with knowing that I'm okay, and probably everyone in this chat, in the live chat and in the panel is we're all on the up and up and all seekers and just want to do whatever we got to do until we get the hell out of here.
There's no way of knowing.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah.
No, I
Know
think
yourself.
I think an interesting litmus test that I accidentally discovered for who knows what it's diagnosing, levels of consciousness, NPC, I don't know. But one thing that I found, and it has surprised me because I've pushed the boundaries of the program on people I thought were conscious, that I was like, this one, yes, maybe just different, just different, but conscious. The more I pushed at their programming, like their beliefs, so they would tell me that they believed in God. So I started to push that a little bit to find out how they believe, what's the end of that belief. And it was very shallow. It was like, well, I believe the 10 Commandments are good. I believe those are good rules to follow. There was nothing deeper. And I was stunned. Then I noticed that they can't talk about, so try this on someone you're not sure about. They cannot conceive of life after death. They do not think about it. It is not something they can think about, even if they are given the topic and the space to think about it, they won't do it. So if you were to, they might, if they're very, very religious, have a, we go to heaven thing, and it will be totally by the book, what they think. But they will never have thought deeply about it. And I suspect it's because perhaps those are consciousness that are part of the matrix. They don't actually go on and they can't conceive of it. They usually cannot figure out why you would even bother thinking about it. It's confusing to them. Like, know you're going to die, but they never think about what happens next.
It's that, or they just default to Jesus died for your sins.
Yeah.
Instantly. like the last episode. That's just where they go, and that's where the conversation ends. It's like, fucking A.
I was once. I gotta tell you about the days where I was. Oh man! All right, so I went when in my younger days. I went to U.S. Navy. I was like totally not the person who would go, but I went. But boot camp was fun stories. After that, there's this learning thing. But one of my roommates in this tech school that I went to, he ended up becoming very religious. A Baptist, right? So he would always talk about he got more people baptized, and he would get like money, like a new car, a free plane rides to back home.
Mary Kay.
Yeah, and so he asked me, hey, do you want to just come and we're gonna play softball? And I was like, I don't know. He's like, we're just gonna play softball and have like dinner. And I was like, fine. So I was pretty much stuck there. They're just trying to get me to be baptized, and the person that was trying to baptize me is like, there's 3 things that all you need to do to be baptized, be saved. Is like, our minds are flawed. Jesus died for our sins and something else. And I'm like, wait. So if our minds are flawed, then there's a lot that could go wrong with that premise right there. So that brought me back there. But yeah, what I think, it's weird thinking about these things, like transhumanist thinks about, is like, if they wanted us to keep us here, why not just make us like millionaires to make us want to stay? It's like, why did they make us so poor, right? And like another thing is, like, if they wanted to control or kill everybody, like the idea that the Cupid VX is gonna harm us in the end, it's like, why would they do that to all the people they want to control? Because the only ones who's going to take it are the ones that they want to control, right?
That's their best sheep. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like some things just doesn't make sense, but I just try not to think about that too much. It's like their plan is like a horrible plan, but that's got to see how it plays out.
I think they're just dumb. Like, I think they're having a hard time controlling the reality than we give them credit for. Like, I think that I don't think they're as powerful and as scary as they try to make themselves out to be. And once you realize that, like, it'll probably be easier to get out of here.
They give themselves away all over the place.
They do, yeah.
It's like they have these rules where it seems like they're definitely feeding off of us. And if you're stupid enough to let them feed off you, then you're game. So, but they give you this game to play where the carrot is being a millionaire. And, if you play that role, then you'll keep playing it for a long time because you're given, you're chomping on a big ass golden carrot.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Meanwhile, the rest of us are, given a fair game because we're not given the carrot. We're chasing after this illusion. And maybe that's the thing. It's like, oh, it's fair. We're given the opportunity to see how big of an illusion it is.
Mm.
I don't know.
No, it's,
And then our soul, think about how smart our eternal consciousness soul is based on, winning this fucking game. Like, we're winning. The millionaire is not winning.
No,
Nope.
no, it's true. That's what woke me up, right?
The big picture.
If this reality had just given me a couple of wins, I never would have woken up to the game.
Yes. Yeah. If it made it a little easier. Yeah. I've talked about that so many times that if they made it just a little easier, if everyday existence was just a little bit easier, you just had basic, like we were talking about earlier, basic needs that was, or maybe a little more than basic needs that, just made you content, then you wouldn't be here today, probably questioning as much. Maybe you would, but the chance of it would be less. I seriously feel that way.
Gives itself away.
Yeah. It's too much, too persistent, just way too persistent.
It's like a program, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it just runs that program. It can't think. It has no nuance, right? Like that's a pretty simple nuance. Like, hey, evil reality program, virus bug, whatever you are. If you just lightened up here just a tiny bit, you could keep playing your game, but it can't. So it tells you that whatever is doing this, whatever logic is running this, it's not sentient because it's just, it hammers the same programs out.
Same numbers, the 33, the 66, the 666, it just runs constantly through it.
The thing that cracks me up is when I used to invest, right? I invested in everything that was really good, but I didn't have much money then. And so when I needed the money, I took it out. And now things skyrocketed. Like I had big cryptocurrency, like Bitcoin early on. I invested in AMD stock, which is like equivalent to NVIDIA because I was very techie. And that they were selling shares for like $1.20. And I bought, just a couple hundred, but they're like in the hundreds now. Oh. And like, the thing is, anytime I invest, I always invest correctly because I can figure it out. But the thing is, the timing always gets me. Like I'd injure myself, so I had to spend money, so I can't invest in it. I had to take money out. So once I took all the money out of whatever I invested in, the thing would skyrocket. And that
was nice. That was my signal to the Matrix. Whenever I had money, it was gone. But whenever I just didn't even care, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
If you have it, the Matrix will take it. It won't care.
Oh man.
It won't even let me have it. It's like, just don't even give it to her.
Yeah, the minute you start to care about it, it's gone. Well, that's why we need to game the Matrix. Like, just fucking don't even play, and then
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
gets
fuck
me
you.
to like finding bugs and exploits is like, hey, let's
That's
try
what I was
to-
saying. Like the minute I have $2,000 in the bank, I'll have some fucking crazy toothache. And I've watched it happen to all the people around me. Like the minute they're up in the world, they go in for a root canal. It's fucking clockwork.
That's so true. I've had similar experience where it's like, oh, I'll be given an X at work, and I'm like, oh, thank God I got more money this week. And then that week I get sick, so I can't even go do the extra shift. It's like, wow, that's just great.
Such
Yeah.
a shit show.
Me and my buddy call it surfing the crags, just it's all waves, and we just figure out how to surf like the bottom and enjoy what we got, because the minute you try to get up on the high wave, you're going to crash hard.
Yeah. No, when you see the pattern and you step back, you're like, oh, and it's not that I'm creating it because it's so quick, right? Like I get maybe one good day. If I have a day where I'm like, man, I feel really good for no reason. I'm just cleaning my house, vibing. I'm doing great, And then I'll be like, oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Sure enough, it'll be that night. Somebody's going to start drama. The next day, somebody's getting.
But then you're aware of it. That's the key.
Right. Yeah.
Awareness is all it's all about.
It reminds me of that Taoism story. Have you guys heard the one where it's like the farmer or something like that? Where basically he loses his horse, and townspeople come by, is like, oh, that sucks that you lost your horse. And the farmer goes, yeah, maybe. And so the next day, the horse comes back with like more horses, like wild horses. And the townspeople go, hey, that's a stroke of good luck. And the farmer goes, yeah, maybe. So the next day his son goes, gets recruited, conscripted into the military. And the townspeople go, oh, that sucks. And the farmer goes, oh, maybe. And so the next day his son was riding a horse that the other horse brought back, and it threw him off and he broke his leg. And then the townspeople came, I guess that's great. Your son's no longer conscripted. And the farmer's going, yeah, maybe. So it's just like, whatever happens, like you don't know if it's good or bad. It's just, you just gotta wait and see.
Nuts.
Yeah, that's true.
Totally nuts. Okay, Dina, where did we leave off? I think we were talking about NPCs and sorry, I kind of I lost myself where we were.
Yeah, we were talking about NPCs
And
creating our own
work. Yeah.
hope. Yeah, creating our hope for how to keep slugging through this because we want hope for ourselves, but we don't want to feed this matrix, and that's a funny, precarious line to walk.
Yeah,
because it looks like the NPCs are completely unaware of their situation, so they keep fighting the matrix, and they keep feeding it, and whether or not they have spirits or not, they are gamed by the matrix because they're the ones bought in 100%.
100%, absolutely. They won't question anything.
Their whole thing. And, so it's when we, unlock from it, man, it's just night and day. Like it awakens our soul. Like I don't know. I think that we could be stars, that the projection is coming down, the conscious projection's coming down from above, and they're blocking it out with chemtrails. And I don't know, could be a lot of things, but we are definitely not these, but these are avatars for sure.
100%.
Here's a question. When would you guys say you started to really wake up in this way that was very different from everyone else? Was it like a moment for you, or was it just kind of gradual over your lifetime? Mine was pretty sudden, like in 2018.
Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah, like I said, that
For
day
me,
where everything.
it was just like it's just like gradually coming to realization after realization, year after year, until it finally like.
Are you cut out or muted?
Yeah, the connection got a little dicey. Okay. Transhumanist muted. We'll head over back to Bear Christ.
Yeah, I'd say just when I started smoking weed at about 19, it was just like there's two realities, and I kind of went towards the reality I'm in now. So yeah, that was 2000. That was like right before 2001, and what happened then was a gigantic ritual. And I think that I just happened to be on one train going in one way, and lucky me, like when I saw those things fall, I knew exactly what was happening. So yeah, it's been a long time.
Wow.
I'd say it's slow and gradual, but like it culminated in like 2018, and then around 2019, after taking ayahuasca, and I reviewed my life and a lot of the movies I liked and a whole bunch of music lyrics and stuff like that. Everything just came full circle. It's like, oh my goodness, there's like not just a second aspect to everything, which is like the esoteric, but there's a third aspect to it, which coincides with my experiences in my ayahuasca experience and my dreams and my memories of what I always thought was like a past life. I wasn't quite sure. And that realization is just like, it's too coincidental. It's too weird.
Yeah. It's just like there's definitely more than one reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's just, yeah, because some of the things that I do is like I try not to look into anything until I have this experience or revelation, whatever you want to call it. And then after I have that experience, I try to find if anyone else has had that experience.
That's what I did. That's exactly how I woke up, Ivan. That's cool.
Yeah. So yeah, and it's crazy how you can where it leads you,
Oh, totally. What led me right here to this conversation with you fine folks?
Yeah, I never knew that anyone else had experienced sleep paralysis for so long. I was so alone in that craziness, and it's so good to know that other people experience that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
For sure.
I wonder if everyone who's like where we're at experiences it, It's like, it's one of those things. It's like, hey, we need to reprogram the scenario or something. So let's do the sleep paralysis and see if we can change it,
Yeah, maybe it's like an initiation to see if this person, like, how freaked out they get and how they react.
Yeah, how much they buying into the bullshit.
Yeah, maybe that could be like the religious aspect. You get so scared, you call on your...
A lot of people go towards the Jesus script. Like my dad did. He thought that there were demons, but Jesus saved me, It's like, so he hangs his hat on that whole situation. It's like, no, it's a normal situation. It happens to a lot of people, and we need to look at this a little differently.
Yeah. No, you guys should watch Midnight Mass. I think you might enjoy it because it has some...
I did. It's awesome.
Oh, okay. Then you know what I'm kind of, where that's going with it. I don't want to spell anything for anyone else, but you can see the similarities, right, between that storyline. Yeah.
Oh yeah, major truth drops and the blood drinking and whatnot, eternal life.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
but
what's up with that? What's up with the Matrix drinking blood? And
right. I dreamed about that last night. About somebody. Oh, yeah. What's with that?
It feeds off of fear so much. pure
Yeah.
fear.
Mm-hmm.
That
And
the sacrifice goes way back through the Mayans,
Oh,
Egyptians.
way back. It's
Everything is like
jam-packed.
New Old Testament. It's like everything is based on human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Once you think about it, it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. That's like one of the most pervasive narratives out there, and it's fucking everywhere. And it goes back to as far back as we can basically look at. It's nuts. Nuts.
Yeah, that's a giveaway for sure.
Yeah. Gosh.
What about UFC? What was your how did your awakening process go?
Mine was just weird. I mean, again, like as far, I mean, it started off really spread out, but at the same time, every time I look back at it, I feel like part of it was early, and then I kind of fell in a slump, and then it kind of picked up again, and then it exploded. But so as far back as I remember, I always felt there was something wrong here, but I never could put my finger on it. But I also grew up, I may have mentioned this earlier, but I also grew up in a part Irish family. And, you know, the Kennedy assassination was a big thing. My, you know, so it was talked around the dinner table and things like that. And, you know, and my family would show me, you know, so I saw JFK when it came out, and I always heard about the whole Oswald thing, and so that always piqued my interest. Like, why would our government do that to our president? And you know, the president seemed cool and blah blah. And then, you know, a little later on, then my dad kind of was talking. My dad had talked about aliens and UFOs, and then he told me there was one time we were driving. I know exactly where it was, and he told me, I think at about, I don't know, 10 years old, 9 years old. He goes, one night many years ago when I was going up to college, I had an exam, and it wasn't, they didn't call a snow day because it was like, I guess it had snowed in the morning or something, and he had to drive up north about 30, 40 miles, and and as we were driving the same spot, he said, I saw a UFO right in this spot, and I followed it followed me, that type of thing, all the way up to school. And he goes, I was chasing it, I was flooring it to try and catch up with it. It was always a step ahead of me, but this and that. And I was like, wow. You know, so, you know, my own father telling me that was huge. And then, you know, but that was all.
Sounds so cool.
Yeah, it was like, I was really badass, you know, to hear that from my father. And I was just like, wow. Then, in, I'd say middle school, I think it was middle school or very early high school, you know, the whole Area 51 thing came out, and I watched it with my dad, and I got into aliens again there, and UFOs, and then my introduction to the voting process, very first election, was the Bush versus Gore thing, and that whole insanity with Florida and the butterfly ballots and blah blah blah, all that stuff. I was like, what the hell kind of system is this? And then I learned about the what do you call it, the brain fart, what the hell is
Electoral college.
Yeah, the electoral college. Yes, I learned about the electoral college. I was like, what the frick is this all about? And you know, and then I learned, and then, you know, the event happened in 2001. At that point, I believed in it. You know, I was pissed off. I was actually up early that morning, saw the whole thing and the you know, live when it came on, and blah blah blah, and was all pissed off. And then Iraq and Afghanistan started happening. And then they were just lying to our face, like blatantly, and proving themselves to be liars. I was like, what the hell is this? And it just was, I was like, this whole thing makes no sense. But, I'm still kind of lost. Meanwhile, mind you, I'm very lost in the matrix. And, I'm doing traveling around the US a little bit. I moved around to different states and trying to just find my way. And then the whole WikiLeaks thing comes out. And I was like, oh, wow, that's incredible. And, and I believed in the whole Assange narrative. I thought it was all on the up and up and that there was a good guy out there fighting for us, blah, blah. And then I would say not long after I created my YouTube account is when I started looking into it. It was about 2007. I started looking into things. Oh, hold on one sec here. Anyways, yeah, about 2007, started kind of like looking into things and learning about, secret societies a little bit. And then it just kind of took off from there. But and I was still going in and out, weaving in and out of the UFO thing, weaving in and out of all different religions, just trying to see what each one had to offer, if anything. Picking and choosing what may work, what might, what definitely doesn't work, and taking notes on all sorts of different things. And then it kind of took a turn in 2000. I don't know. I mean, I was just stuck in, a lot of the shilly content for many years. But early on, there weren't as many, like 2007, 8, 9, 10. But I would say in 2000, they were always there, but it just seems like it's just been completely saturated by this point. It's just the last, let's see, we're in 2001. I would say since, actually 2012 with the famous thing, and I can't even talk about it. Where there's a lot of the bang things going on, and where education is given, and I think that's when things really started to heat up psyop wise, and they were very obvious, blatant. Anyone can see it who had a half a brain and actually wanted to seek out answers. Then, like probably about 2016, I was plowing through near-death experiences. My dad gets a terminal diagnosis of a very rare brain disease. And then I just, put the pedal to the metal, and I'm just diving into all sorts of different things, but mostly a lot of NDE'S. And then about, I don't know, maybe like a year after. Yeah, probably about a year after, I had that kind of one NDE where I was like, okay, I've seen enough, and I see bullshit. I see no one questioning, answering, and then it just kind of took off from there. So it was a long process, but there are little dips in between here, and a lot of getting stuck, and it's been a long ass journey. Long journey.
Now, did you yourself have an NDE, or you just started research?
No, I never had an NDE. Yeah, but I was just reading tons of them because I knew that something was there. I knew, but in the beginning, for a while, I was buying into that I was buying in NDEs at face value. But I mean,
I actually was too. And
Yeah.
it was part of my waking up to go back to that stuff. So actually I love your channel so much because I was doing that too, where I was like, let me go back and look at this stuff I used to believe in. Wait.
Yeah.
And I saw the same stuff, how people would just sob at the fact that they saw Jesus and, oh, Jesus, I'm not worthy. And I was like, what? Get off your knees. What are you doing?
Blind obedience.
Yes, for sure. And then I went back to the new age gurus that I had tried so hard to hypnotize myself and believe, Abraham Hicks being one of them. And I went back and listened to it, and I was like, well, somebody asked about, say, reincarnation, or somebody asked about one of these topics. So I was like, let me hear from this perspective what they say. And it was the most eye-opening thing, because they said nothing for a long time. Really. I mean, they really started to ramble. If you're brainwashed, you probably wouldn't see it, but I saw it, and it was very stunning. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. I just want to say
that I was kind of done anyways, and then I kind of, I mentioned earlier and quite a few times the whole thing where the going to the Buddhist monastery, living there for a month, going to the retreats, and thinking about becoming a monk and blah, blah, blah. And in the middle of all that, my father is on his way out. And, and I just finally discovered in the middle of all this, one of the things that to this day, I want to really hope that it worked out the way it did. But, on my dad's deathbed, I woke up in the morning before he died, and I said, holy shit, he's going to die. I just knew he was going. And I said, I got to go up to the house. I drive an hour to his house, and I asked my family to clear the room. I said, I want to be alone with him. And family's like, why do you want to get the fuck out of here? I want to be alone with my dad. And talk to him
Good for
one
you.
last time. And there's a Bible on the nightstand and shit. I put the Bible in the nightstand. My dad is incapable of really saying anything, but he had a moment of terminal lucidity where he was able to communicate, which is basically it's a thing that happens. It happened with my grandmother too, when she was on her deathbed, where they are able to, just come out of their haze and be fully aware and functional. Not walking around, but they're able to communicate with you, whereas just, maybe days earlier or weeks earlier, they were, complete practical vegetables. So that
what
was
is that?
really fucking freaky.
Mhm.
And then he went out again, and I told him what I thought he was going to experience. I told him, I said, I think we're living in some sort of reincarnation trap, and that please don't go to the light. Now, I did not, at that point, really kind of have my exit strategy or anything like that. And the whole sovereign narrative and things like that. I just, to this day, I wish I did, but I told him, and as soon as I told him, just tears started rolling, little tears started going down his eyes. And then and that was it. And then I left, and the next morning, I found out he had passed, and during the middle of the night, he died, I think, early, I don't know, like it was like 11 a.m. or 10 a.m., something like that. And I woke up, the weird thing is I woke up at about right before sunset. I think it was like 4 or 5 a.m. And I heard this whoosh, like outside my window, and something just whizzed by. And I woke up, saw it, and I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, he's probably gone. So I assumed he was dead at that point. I didn't get a call. I didn't hear until hours later, like 4 or 5 hours later, that he had just recently passed. So, I don't know what that was all about. It's probably just maybe a warning or a goodbye or something. But the weird thing is, like with my grandmother, I felt her presence a little bit afterwards for a few days. There was some symbolic stuff happening. But with my dad, nothing. Zero. Not a thing. So that is what leads me to think that I hope he got the hell out of here.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope, I really do, because normally, I was fully expecting to, have an onslaught of paranormal experiences. Oh, and I will say this is actually really important too. I've talked about this before, but it's been a while, I think. On my way home from that visit, I'm sorry. On my way home from the visit, on the way up, initially, I started seeing, like, mind you, I had the premonition and woke up and thought that he was going to die. I can't believe I left this whole part out. I thought he was going to die that day, even though he died the following day. So I drive up, but on my way up, I see like multiple dead raccoons, multiple dead squirrels. And I was like, okay, it's coming. And so, then I went through the whole thing I just explained. And I came home, started driving home, went a different way than the first way. And I saw multiple dead raccoons, multiple dead squirrels. Again, I mean, I'm talking probably about like maybe 7 or 8 each way, something like that. So quite a few. I mean, like abnormal amounts. Then, right before I'm about to get off my exit, traffic comes to a screeching halt. And so I'm sitting there. I'm like, okay. I was like, I immediately knew there was a fatality. I knew. And the traffic's crawling. And as soon as I'm getting off my exit, directly across the highway is a fatality. A Jeep flipped over. Now I can't believe I left all this out. There was something that came whizzing down the highway, hovered over the Jeep, and cast something down. I guess we could call it like a light, almost like something like a UFO, and then whizzed up in like a side trajectory, boom, just out of nowhere. Now, mind you, it was kind of dark out, so it's not like I had full on visual, but I know the direction that it came in. I know it stopped right over the Jeep, and then it whizzed off like in an upwards direction. Well, and then obviously I was just like, holy shit. I was like, how much death can I see in one day? It's very obvious that, my dad's about to die. Then so then I go to sleep, wake up, get the call. That whole thing happens right before that with the window and the whoosh. And I think that was it, right? Yeah, I think that's where everything left off. But like I never felt his energy, his presence, nothing. The only thing I experienced and technically it was before the hour he passed, was that thing by the window. And I just felt like that may have been him saying goodbye. I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of weird that it doesn't line up with after he died, because that's normally the way it happens. And it's just kind of been on steroids ever since.
That's so crazy. I wonder if you saw the technology that they used to take our souls, because according to many stories in the SSP, that technology exists. It
seemed like, that's what I want to say. Okay. So then, I knew I was leaving that part out, or some part out. I come to find out that the person that died lived right down the street, like right around the
No.
corner. Right around the corner. Yeah, like someone lost their daughter, and I think there was a daughter and the boyfriend or something. The daughter died, who lived at the house, and I think the boyfriend survived or something like that. I mean, really, and even in between all this, like I left a lot of other parts out, but I was filming the moon like a maniac. I bought a Nikon P900. I wanted to prove to myself. I just wanted to film the sky. Something told me to film the sky. I was filming the moon, filming the stars, filming the quote unquote planets, all that stuff. And then I also had a very formative moment when it was very odd. I was filming the moon so much, like many days, day in and day out, for probably like 2 years almost. And I would get these moments where I felt the moon was calling me outside to film it, and I would film it. Sometimes I would catch weird shit, and then other times it would just be like any other day. But there was one day in 2018 when I went out and filmed it, and the moon started to, like, from the southern pole to the northern pole, it was being scanned by multiple lines. Now, I saw this with my eyes, and I filmed it. I have it on my channel. It's called the Lunar Scanner. Lunar Scanner. You're going to have to dig through the playlist to find it. Maybe I'll play it, but while we're talking. But it was crazy. And I was just like, what the hell is the moon now? I didn't believe in the moon missions or any of that crap. I was way past that. But it was like, oh my Lord, this thing is like it's like a hologram or something. It's and then ran across some random Tasmanian scientist who said that, in 65 that the moon is plasma. And I was like, whoa. And then I started looking in. I was like, doing digging to see if anyone else has seen that the moon has anyone ever seen lines on the moon? And there's not a bunch, but there's a decent amount of people out there that confirm that they saw it. Not many have captured it, but there are people out there who've seen it, and there's a whole Reddit thread on it. Not a lot of accounts, but there's enough out there that it was like, okay, yeah. I mean, I know what I saw. I filmed it, and I saw it with my own 2 eyes. And I was also doing orb and UFO summoning. I was doing directed meditations with intention and interacting with orbs and kind of UFO type things. I had a lot of weird experience. I was going down, there's some old streams. I was going down to this granite pier and doing the summoning thing and interacting with this stuff. And there's some streams of that. There's some videos of that. And I was experiencing all sorts of weird stuff. And it just, all this kind of just was part of the awakening process. So I don't mean to drone on and on, but these were very formative parts of my experience and awakening process.
Wow, that's interesting. How many other people have had some sort of, I wonder how many other people here have had some sort of alien kind of connection or experience?
Yeah. Anybody else?
I didn't have an experience with an alien or something like that, but I would love to see someone turn their normal eyes, like we're all having, into reptilian eyes or something like that, like slit pupils. That would be fucking dope, like whoa, what the fuck. It would be an interesting experience.
No kidding, right? That would be wild.
it will be wild and fascinating to me to
See it in
experience
action.
something like that. Yeah.
Well, the only thing I could think of, and I want to touch on something what the light could be in NDE'S is so ayahuasca is called the vine of death or the vine of the soul, and I think it's something similar to what people who have near death experiences experience, because there's the idea of your brain or your body being flooded with DMT when you die, and so you get a blast of kind of the exact experience that ayahuasca gives you, which is just the flood of the DMT. My final lesson, my third ayahuasca experience part was showed me all the illusions, and all these illusions were these spiral lights, very colorful, that were spiraling in and out, and there's just almost an infinite number of them. And the realization was that these spiral lights were illusions, all created by what people, the Abrahamic people, would call God, or the Gnostic people would call the demiurge, and we're all just waiting until this entity is finally wants to stop. So maybe that's what the light is. Don't so if you want to see it, you maybe go to like look at a spiral galaxy that NASA shows, and they're like illustrations and just pictures that in and out. Maybe that's what people are seeing, but I never hear people saying that it's like a spiral galaxy type light thing. So, but as far as like the visions go, that's what the ayahuasca experience showed, where all these illusions, and maybe that's an idea of what people see on death. The other thing is the only alien entity that I saw in the ayahuasca experience was huge, like bigger than you could imagine.
Intimidating.
Like the size of Earth, or like the size of a planet. But I don't know what it was, if it was just a reflection of what I truly was, or if I'm seeing something else. But it was some weird bird-like creature that it was more like a mechanical bird, but with like armor that was like very luminant. It's like different colors. If you look at it, it just swayed in colors, and it was I don't know, it's weird. Like, kind of makes me want. I've always wanted to try just the DMT experience, not the ayahuasca experience, to see what people are talking about with these aliens and stuff like that. But anyways, I just wanted to say that before I go. I'll still be listening in, but I got to do some things. But thank you very much for letting me on. And
It's been
talk.
great, Eben. I'm glad you joined us tonight, man.
Yep.
Always
Thanks,
good to
Evan.
have
It's
you.
good to meet you.
Nice to meet everyone.
This
And,
is
I'll be listening in.
the image of the moon, just so you guys know.
What?
It's a little stretch out. It doesn't really look right, but take care, man. Oh, sorry. All right, let's see. What we got? So yeah, it was just
Whoa.
it was the weirdest freaking thing.
What do you think that is?
I think it honestly, like, something inside me just told me that it's, or not told me, but I just this kind of it's soon. I felt like the moon was being like updated.
Whoa.
Like it was being rendered almost, because like if you look, I don't know if I got my cursor, but like I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but like if you look above the top line and then you look below the bottom line, you can see that the shade of color changes on the moon. So it's really, it's odd. It's odd. The whole thing is odd.
Wow.
So, let's see.
Maybe it was under maintenance or something.
Maybe it was what?
Maybe it was under maintenance.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah, maintenance. Yeah, under maintenance. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. It felt like it was just being updated. It was a
maybe
new
it
build of the
was
moon. The fuck? Creepy realm. So creepy.
So creepy, truly.
It just never ends.
No. And then did you get a series of pictures?
I don't have pictures. I only have video.
Oh, it was video.
Yeah, I'm playing it on the screen right now.
So this is ongoing. This is what you captured, not just one step.
Yeah, well, no. This was one capture. Yeah, one. This was in 2018, like December of 2018, at like 4 or 5 in the morning, something like that. Yeah, it was a freak show. But yeah, I mean, you get the gist of it. It's but other people have seen it. That's the interesting thing. So I'm not the only one. Okay. Let me try and stop this. Okay. I think we're good. Dream, welcome, my friend. Good to have you with us. How you doing tonight?
Hello. Can you guys hear me clearly, or is it bugging out again?
You sound good. We the video feeds are off, just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you guys watching a video right now? Because
just ended.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I came to the house I grow today. And what I found was the creature called Mother is also in the house, and what I found in this house, dozens of interesting stuff, needled voodoo babies.
What was that?
Stuff.
Needles for the baby?
Yeah, well, like dozens of interesting stuff. One of them is in the same grail, a needled voodoo baby. Some other ingredients packaged, lots of stuff. You know, I don't know much about those kind of things, but I just came to this place when my mother was out. You know, I woke up my father and I told my father that I was gonna go to the house I grew up, and then as on the road, really interesting stuff happened, even extremely interesting, even for this audience. And more or less, I made it to the home to only realize that from architecture of the flat to dozens of what I'm talking about, finding a box and inside of it a transmitter, a canal, a photo of mine, and a rotten onion, and it's just some of the things I found in the house is a mixture of kind of the mixture of electronic, like let's say I'm finding a box and which comes out a note that I wrote from 15 years ago, and let's say a rotten rose, and also let's say metallic objections, or the guitar tuner I was using, stuff like that. It's all basically, this house is full with as far as I suspect, black magic. And the first, as soon as I woke up, I realized that something was wrong with the tank. Introduced herself as Mother, and then as I deciphered this stuff in this house, crazy stuff, like guys, incredible. I just realized even there are things, there are mechanisms, there are little black magic spots filled with cubes. Let's say she just took 3 cubes and put a knot into the same spot and an ingredient. And I was having kidney pains, I'm just having kidney pains past 3 months. I also found out the reason. There was also a set of interestingly designed and also with magic shit with that blue eye and stuff and a water and dirt at one little ways and this empty at the other. It's just this place is full with stuff. And when I came here, finally, the journey itself was really, really interesting. I'm not even gonna tell what happened. As she heard that I was here, she rushed to this place. By far, I remember when I was kid, that when I was 20, when I was 5, 6, she was taking the father's some of underwear to a woman claims to being a wizard. And as a kid, I was always saying those stuff is quote maybe ignorance, maybe superstitious stuff. Most females do, maybe, unquote. With all due respect, I don't have anything against the woman. It's just I'm not capable of using this language right now very efficiently, so I had to use sometimes. So, long story short, I also take a look to the photos of my childhood. It's just I lived with the devil basically, and after I woke up, I knew it. And I woke up my father yesterday, and he was extremely receptive. Then I firsthand saw, as a woke up person, that how this thing gets control of another person. So right now, my father knows that this thing done black magic, but he called me. We weren't seeing each other for months, and I woke him up yesterday. And 8 hours ago at night, he called me. And at the end of the process, right now he's living in a shack, like literal shed hole, and this place is him. But he was yelling at me that I am not gonna leave that woman. She's your mother. She's every stuff, it's just the complete manifestation of how a parasite just can take control of a real human. Right now, this parasite lives at the guy's house. The guy is far away. The guy is living in shit. The guy is divided with the only other organic, which is me. And even at that condition, and even though I explained all to him, and he realized it, he got so afraid, he lost his mind and turned back to the programming. Even the sentences are. And I saw with my eyes that she laughed, and then she told me, "All right, I'm gonna call your father that creature." And I told her that I know what you are. And
how did that go?
She just demonstrated me that she called them. told blunt lies. It's like she got him into his control, like full control, and putting a needle into him. She just put a needle into him, made him mad, made him screaming, while at the same time the creature was basically showing that. And right now I'm in the same house with that creature. I'm not afraid.
Jesus.
That it just, I'm skipping lots of stuff. You know, it might be too hard to take even for this community. Basically, that creature demonstrated me that how she can torture, and how that she still has a guy. And by the way, with all this black magic stuff, my health problems started past 4 months. My father's health problems started past 3 months. They all match. All match.
Your house what? I'm sorry.
The health problems started last 3 months.
Okay. Sorry.
On me.
Okay.
Yeah, and the fathers, they all match. They all overlap. And you know what? We were talking about how, you know, like mind control and stuff like that. You know what I found? One of these black magic mechanisms, black magic, you know, not potions, but you got black magic points that sack. They're like filled with black magic sack. One of them is one of the little ping pong balls I painted when I was kid. And basically all this stuff is targeted for harming and killing as the creature that guy knows as his wife. And he right now completely lost control, even screamed, "Why you just woke me up?" and stuff like that. You see the circumstance. I'm just speechless. And interestingly also, I called the pastor. Yesterday night. I didn't call the pastor as I just called to find out. And what he told me, yeah, you see, that's what happened when you go away from the church. That was the context. And I told him, your church just tried to give me stamps, and there were 666 on those stamps. And he was like, oh, really? Oh, and then he just completely skipped the topic, used the deception and gaslighting stuff to just told that how he was capable of, how I was son of God, how those stuff was happening because I went away from him. With final trick question, you still do believe in Jesus Christ, right? In just so all that 8 minutes of conversation with the pastor was actually making me fall to that question and giving another consent. It's all about maybe I don't know. It's just long story short. Then I went to the sleep, and I don't even want to tell what was the things I had at my sleep. But when I wake up, by the way, I slept at the same house with the Bewell, and when I wake up, interestingly, with all the noises, tinnitus and stuff. What I mean noises is tinnitus and feeling sad. By the way, interestingly, the original place I was staying. I just started to experience hair loss, and there was a radiator next to my bed. Then I switched my position. Then I started to experience bubbles at my feet. Nevertheless, yesterday I slept at this house, Devil's Den, and saw a dream stuff, and I woke up with tinnitus. And I guess people who are interested with EMP will just get what I mean. There were like there were kind of machine working sound were coming from out, and I just went out to the balcony to check. And by the way, this place has private parking lot. and just a black one left as soon as I went to the balcony and stuff like that. It's just, yeah.
Wow.
This world is hell for my personal taken, and it's even to a degree that it can give you, let's say, I know I have personal relationship with FC. Let's say I personally torture FC, then it can make FC my kid or whatever. So, with being said, still it's all about making you scared.
Yeah.
It's all about gaslighting. It's all about thing. I don't care. I don't care from personally. The thing I care about is the father. I mean, how much is he really, I mean, is he really under some effect of some stuff, or just is it just a part of the trickery? The thing is, he's a
Or
64
both.
years old man and just woke up yesterday, and I'm giving him the credit that going nuts yesterday and defending the being basically Stockholm syndrome on steroids, like ultra steroids. But at the same time, this guy is a guy who read Nietzsche, psychology books, philosophy books, and stuff like this. So we are not talking about an ignorant guy from Middle East, also a pharmacist. So this is the place I'm hanging first, and second, what should I do? So some person just told me that just collect everything and throw them to the river, but I don't trust that person too, like in real life person. So yeah, I'm sorry I just spoke a lot, but
it's okay. It's an intense. You've had an intense few weeks,
yeah.
so to say. Yeah, it's not easy. But
I guess basic, right?
What was that?
But I guess it's usual, right?
I think everyone has their moments, and their peaks and valleys, and you're just kind of getting an onslaught of the crazy right now, and the Matrix is putting you to the test, and your family to the test. But it's good to know that, like what you told me about your father, and how, and props to Burke for, speaking with you and helping you see some of the things, and spending so much time with you, and having all the conversations we've had. I think it's awesome because, even though you're going through this downturn right now, I really,
I'm not going along,
well, not you, but
the
the family issue and how it all kind of links in. I think it will end up being a good thing for both you and your father. Now, how everything unfolds with mom is different,
What I'm trying to figure out, should I just walk out from all of them, or should I just keep trying with the father?
Well, I would stick with your father for now. I would stick with dad for now, because if you think he's being negatively impacted by her, and he's kind of starting to be open-minded to the possibility of the soul trap and the whole reality being a sham, that should be number one. I hate, it's tough because it's your parents, you want to help both, but at the same time, you got to think of mom as, this is just my opinion. You got to do what you need to do. But I think it's tough because based on some of what you said, it seems like, you know, she's meddling in
Yeah.
whatever she's meddling in, and that's a probably a belief system ingrained in her that she's had a long time. But at the same time, since she knows, based on some of her practices behind the scene, that things like, you know, energy work and say black
Yeah.
magic and all this other stuff exists, that means that she's at least, you know, open to, you know, alternative things and not being like a staunch materialist that is just, you know, impossible to break through or, you know, discuss these types of things with. Now, where it all leads, I don't know, but I mean, everything, like, you know, everything that's happened with you recently is like a freight train. And I would concentrate on dad at the moment. I mean, I don't know how much time you even have to be able to, you know, insert another person into this, but, you know, maybe, you know, work on dad and trying to get him to come around more and see some of this stuff, and then perhaps move on, you know, maybe to mom in a few months from now, or, you know, next month, something like that. But, you know, the important thing is that your dad kind of sees, you know, the how his intention and sovereignty and the path to liberation can help him as an individual, not even necessarily you or his or mom or anything. It's just how it can help him.
Yeah.
And in turn, if something negative is happening to him as a result of mom, then he can put his foot down and actually put his intention out there. So he finally takes control of his own game. And we had an example earlier in the chat where, you know, intention was given and boom, it worked out great, you know, and it just stopped all the bullshit. But that takes the person being strong and standing on their own 2 feet and knowing that they have that power. So I think it's important that dad gets that first, you know, and it could possibly get him out of a very rough situation that he may not even be aware he's in.
Well, we were kind of not talking for months, and extremely sad stuff happened within him and I. Basically, it was all about taking our energy, which she inflated a lot for 2 years, ruined us basically in many ways. But also, he did lots of stuff to me. I don't want to dive in right now, but I don't want to use the word of enemy because I wasn't doing really anything. But he did stuff real ugly. But whatever. I thought that he was under influence. The question is, when I was a materialistic guy, I realized this woman. If you take this woman to a psychologist, like a real one, what they will tell you that she's a full-blown textbook narcissistic and psychopath. She broke her daughter's arm twice.
Jesus.
You know. So I really don't believe that she and I, or she and the father, is the same kind. I'm not even gonna spend time on her. With being said, one last thing, guys. I know I took lots of time, but one of the question came from my father was after 5 hours of conversation. Yeah, after all, not speaking for months, being enemy, I just dropped in, started talking about reincarnation, soul trip for 5 hours. Just think like doing it with your enemy or just with a bitter person. And at the end of the process, he was happy, he was receptive. And the next morning, yesterday morning, we also spoke 5 hours. His intelligence, he's receptive. Then boom, night this happened, and he just lost himself again and just turned into the Stockholm syndrome creature. Whatever. One of the questions he asked me, when you speak about those stuff with the people, he asked me that, are you talking with people? Are there other people like that? I said, yeah. I felt that he was trying to ask that if I went nuts or not. Are there really people like you guys talking like that? Or am I making it up? So any help, it's some point that maybe for half an hour, for anyone wants to join, or an hour, it's sometime in the next week. I don't know, whenever happened that, at least that guy hearing real human voices and normal people, smart people, that believing and knowing those stuff can really help him. Because right now, I am the only truth source for him. Yeah.
Well, I don't mind talking to people. I've offered it before. To people who watch the channel's family and stuff, but also direct them here. Tell them to dig through the Matrix Reincarnation playlist. Tell them to dig through Wayne Bush's website. Tell them to dig through Dan from the Overwatch channel's work and his website. I mean, between us three, there's a lot out there that can be learned, and it just takes time. It takes time. It's not a quick. I mean, maybe for some people it's quick. I from some of the voices I've heard tonight, and you and other people, it seems like people are coming to this a lot sooner than it took me. So I guess I really don't have any right to speak on the amount of speed that someone finds this stuff and sees the bullshit. But yeah, I mean, just give them good resources. That's really important.
Thanks to you guys, because you guys just gave. Thanks to you guys for personally, I just woke up extremely easy, more fast, because the things you shared. One last question: should I just leave this house without trying to break, or without dispelling or whatever? Just this voodoo stuff. Just should I just leave, or what's your take on this? Should I try to break this with the black magic mechanism, like taking stuff, burning the pictures, or should I just
I don't know. I would, who knows what type of reaction you're going to deal with. I mean, for as far as your life goes, you can break those right now. How it pertains to you, you just have to set your intention to it. But Dad, on the other hand, depending on where he's at in his journey and realizing his power and ability within, is another story. But I would think that for everything you told me about your father, it seems like he's a smart guy and open-minded, and that's really what you need. I mean, that's a good start. So I mean, if you go and you do what you just mentioned, you may face repercussions. I mean, do you want to deal with that when you can handle your own business on your own and be just fine? Or do you want to, possibly set yourself up to being arrested? I mean, that's a possibility you have to think about. And, at Forever Conscious Research Channel, we don't condone those types of acts. For legal purposes. All right. So I hope that helped a little bit. I don't know. Anyone else want to jump in and talk with Dream here? Okay. All right. I wish you and Dad good luck, and
thanks.
And Mom too. Hopefully, I'm rooting for her, even though I don't like what I heard. But okay. Bert K, was there something you were gonna add before? And sorry if we kind of got sidetracked there.
But no, I mean, on the when you guys were talking about NPCs and stuff, I was very interested in that topic.
Sure.
And I really hope that Dream also gets these things like resolved and not maybe worry too much about what's happening. And I think we have a lot of power with our decisions and consent, and yeah, we definitely need to use them the right way and not really worry too much about others, because who knows what they can be, including NPC, as I just recently mentioned.
Yeah. All right, so what I'm gonna do is take a 5-minute break, and then I'll come back. And if anyone wants to join, the panel's open. It might stick around for maybe another half hour, and then wrap it up. Maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. We'll see. And if there's anything further to talk about, we'll get into it. If not, then we'll wrap it up. So I will meet you guys back here in about 5 minutes. I also wanted to say really quick, there's some chat comments too, but I wanted to say to Pale Horse Rider, thank you very kindly for your super chat. I think it was $4.99. It's kind of blocked, but you sent it earlier, I think, right before we went to break, and I'm just seeing it now. So I want to apologize for not getting to that earlier. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. Pale Horse Rider says it's a one world beast matrix system. It's a crazy world out there for sure. All right, so I'm going to be on break, and we will meet back in a few minutes. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. So, kind of, yeah, we are want to jam to this. Let's go. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I don't know why I got a lot of energy tonight. So, okay. So let's get back to the panel. Oh, I wanted to say to Misty who left, I apologize for not getting to speak about your son. So we can even talk privately or on the next time we have a panel, however it rolls. So I just wanted to apologize for that because I noticed you had to leave. So, all right. So let's get back to the panel. Anybody want to jump in? Any closing thoughts? Any other weird happening stories? Anything you want to share? Feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I had some interesting stuff that happened to me that connects to the NPCs that I'd like to dive in.
Sure, please. Oh, you know what? I wanted to say really quick. I saw. I'm sorry, Burke. Hey, just give me one sec, man.
All good.
There was a really interesting comment. Okay, from James. James says, "Has anyone else had the situation where one of these entities has come through someone else, an NPC, and told you to quote play the game?" What's really creepy about this comment, James, is that I've spoken to 3 other people who've told me almost identical that one person had a girlfriend that flat out said that. I mean, it was just, and a few other people. I mean, it's crazy to hear it. So, yeah, I mean, I would be interested to hear if anyone else has had something like that intense occur. That's major. I mean,
that's definitely
it's a big one.
Yeah, that's definitely the type of stuff that similar stuff that happened to me with like targeting and gang stalking type of stuff. That kind of woke me up to the bigger aspect of this whole thing, and I remember when this stuff started happening, I was like sharing a lot of truth, right? I was trying to wake up basically everyone, was like commenting on everywhere, wrote like this whole document about exposing, the soul trap, gematria, like everything, there is when it comes to conspiracies. And then all of a sudden, I started realizing these people, right, around me. And then, the sketchy stuff happened, like with the lights, for example, like lights turning on and off when I'm like in a room, and then or in like a random lights in a apartment corridor, right? And then or elevator stopping in like 11th floor a few times after but when I realized, like, first I didn't really pay attention to this too much, only after when I'm like walking on like a downtown street, a lot of people. And then I noticed like these people all of a sudden stopping and then pointing their taking their phone out of their pockets and then pointing their camera on me and just like from 30 feet away, before I pass by them. And then they just basically just record me the whole time while even passing them. They just, keep recording me with the phone. And then all of a sudden the next street, same, another guy. And when this happened, and then I was like noticing it, and then I was like, wow, it's like, it's intense, like at that point, I kind of felt like that scene from In the Fallen movie where, random people touching each other, and all of a sudden once the touch occurs, like an entity jumps from one person to the next and then keep talking about the guy, and then hope another person touches the other person, and then now this other guy starts talking to the same stuff. So, and this type of stuff also, like with random people outside saying really weird stuff to me, where it's like, that it's not coming from them, that they kind of know your whole life almost. It's like basically, the entity attachment stuff, like almost like your entity jumps into this other person to represent itself, through this other person, kind of like what I believe they do with the dreams. They, I feel like, arrange the dreams and then make these dream characters to put us in, these different scenarios. But yeah, like that was my first biggest awakening to this whole thing. When I have noticed this in many people, like for example, I'm like in an elevator, right? And then like I'm saying, another person comes, I ask, which floor, and then they say all of a sudden like a cryptic voice looking at my face, dead eyes, like 666, I'm like, what? Why do you say like that? And then I just press 6, I ignore it. And then like in a sauna, I'm like talking to this guy and I'm leaving. I say, okay, goodbye. And then all of a sudden, like he's like, again, like changes all of a sudden, like an Agent Smith jumps into him, and then he's like, he just does the rock on sign with his hand, like a curse mark type of thing. And then like he says, yeah, goodbye, or something like, but in a very obvious way, that like makes me aware that, oh, okay. So all these like targeted people, like I was thinking like maybe some of them are paranoid, it's like some, which I can't really blame them because, this whole hologram simulation thing, it messes up with you, especially like if you are panicking, you're paranoid, it even like further, it gives you more reasons to be that way so that, the delusion's coming out of you, I feel like. And yeah, like that's when basically I woke up to the NPC stuff. And then I started like looking at videos about NPCs, like, okay, like what is it? Is there proof behind this? What are the other people thinking about this? And then I noticed like, there's like these studies on inner monologue, people having inner monologues. And then like one study I saw like this in this university class, like 70% apparently didn't have inner monologue. And who knows, like what's the real percentage of people who don't have inner monologue in the real world. But that to me like sounded very sketchy. I was like, what? They don't have inner monologue?
Yeah, that's an interesting point you brought up before, man. Yeah, you should definitely continue with that one. That's a really good point.
Yeah, it's like so weird. And then like, some people don't have the inner imagination type of like third eye imagination thing. But yeah, and then I started searching for like other people's experiences, like what are the other people says, and then like started searching about matrix glitches, like these people, for example, going into like a store, there's nobody, they think there's nobody in there because there's no cars in the park, and then they go in there, all of a sudden there's 30 people inside, and then they look back, the park is full now, like or very weird stories. But as well as the stories with targeted people, and like for example, like someone, which one was that? Oh yeah, like NDE, right? Like these people who have NDE stories, like some of them I recently saw where, they have, before they have this NDE, there's just random people come to you, say some cryptic stuff that only like a dream you saw yesterday. This person random, comes and says, okay, yeah, that thing in your dream, it was real or something like that, like you need to pay attention to that. And then all of a sudden this woman, is shocked, like what's going on here? This must be an angel speaking to me or whatever, but they don't realize it's actually basically high mind speaking to them, right? Or they, random entities that's trying to mess with them so that they, have a one-way ticket back here at the end of it with a story of mission, story of whatever you're going to save this, save that. But yeah, like all these stories, even like one story that was interesting to me, like this guy who did an astral projection first time, and all of a sudden he goes to his job, and then random like a medium comes, says, one of you had a awakening, like an interesting experience yesterday. Is there anybody like that here? And then this guy says, oh yeah, I had a like astral projection. And then they start talking, and then this medium says, yeah, like what you had, you shouldn't do that again. Like you should take a break. That's not for you to do. It's like around these times. And
that's not meant for you.
Yeah, that's not meant for you. Don't just get realize that you're not physical body. And yeah, like, so these stories made me more curious. And then I also saw the stories of like people who see auras, like they take these aura glasses, they teach their eyes to like see auras of people, and eventually to see like entities, astral realm. And then I saw some of them mention like how they see these different type of people around us, right? Where it's like mechanic or, like NPC, basically. They don't have spirit in them. And which was very interesting. And when I watched the Matrix 4 movie, the analyst was saying, oh yeah, like we put these people, it was like less cost efficient to put these people around you guys because it's harder for, Agent Smith to jump into this whole copper being or whatever. And so that was also another interesting thing. But when I look into the movies like Matrix, The Good Place, for example, like the third season of The Good Place, where they put all these NPCs in the The Good Place, and then the Westworld, all this show, like I slowly started to notice this big picture, which is that you look everywhere, there's like every event, every topic, everything is a conspiracy behind it, right? Almost like every major, especially like movie shows, TV shows, these news, music, like they have like Masonic signs, they have symbols, they have all this different stuff that makes you question like what's going on here. And when you think about it, like even the YouTubers, like some of the YouTubers like flashing these cryptic hand symbols, give out those like cryptic answers when you ask about them about like Illuminati, or ask them, did you get the magical potion? And then they say, oh yeah, I got my 3rd toaster and I'm going to get my 15th toaster in next year or whatever. And so I noticed like this whole thing, this whole events, everything has being a conspiracy behind it. As well as gematria, right? Like these certain things happen on certain days, and then you check out the numerology behind it. It's just perfect numerology. Everything was supposed to almost happen in that day, right? And then you slowly realize, oh, it's like it has to come from like a high mind point where it's all connected. All these 33s, all these weird things. Then yeah, like I came to an awakening where I realized probably these not only most of the famous people are basically part of the high mind, but also like even the YouTubers, like, or CEOs, or like these people in big positions, they are like more easily, the system basically boosts them for them to get to that position easier, because so that the high mind can manipulate more people in that way. And this is why the system is not afraid of their celebrities, exposing the real truths, like, soul trap, astral travel.
They have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, man, at the end of the day, it's like when we think about us living in hologram simulation, right? This means everything is possible. Like, can they put non-player characters in this thing, just like they can in a video game? I think they can.
I think they can too.
Yeah, and especially like I don't believe like 90% NPC or whatever. Yeah. It could be 10%, it could be 50%, and even if it's 50%, that would leave basically 4 billion people who are real souls, right? And that's a lot of energy right there to generate these NPCs, for example. Mm-hmm. And even, I mean, that's if the population is indeed almost 8 billion. Like, as you can see, there's everything is a conspiracy.
Assuming the numbers are actually accurate.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to say on the NPC stuff.
No, I think you made a lot of good points. Yeah. Anyone want to chime in to what Berkey said?
One thing I would like to say, 2 things, if you may.
Sure.
First, my state with the MPC is kind of, I was more kind of liberal, but I don't want to go to full extent. All I'm going to say bubblegum. Basically, whoever's MPC for me, they are there for, just not for my favor. And second thing, I realized something yesterday, which is every system, every AI, every slave owner, farm owner, or a machine that wants to use the battery, I realized a code that efficiency. And since it so fits well with the AI logic, the system likes to use the energy, like maximum efficiency, perfection obsession, kind of like. So I had kind of thinking, let's say North Pole, South Pole, wherever. There are some places at the Earth as presented, and going there is hard, basically. If you want to go to, let's say, extreme north or secluded regions, you have to freeze, or it's too hot, and you have to go to lots of pain, become a mountaineer, and stuff like that. What I realized, in order to generate that world, we are talking about the system, and maybe like an open world system. So as a real person, if as much as you go to the fog, to the new maps, you are making that system to spend more energy for creating that map, maybe. So what it would like to do is first putting everyone living like hives, so it wouldn't have to generate more maps as much as everyone will be just living in a box and not moving so much physically, just going to basically all this virtual reality thing is way cheaper and more effective way for the system to use the energy of it's losing energy from us, and even though we are paying it, it even wants to maximize it with little effort, So, and if you get out from those, if you go against this code, this logic, let's say if you want to go to the secluded regions of the North America, or you wake someone up, I don't know. The system has the code of coming back to you for getting that energy back from you. And with hard travels, hiking, etc., it's with the body experience, it's with the body pain. And maybe if you wake up with someone, it always uses another method. So in my opinion, also that's why also humans feels a little bit good with the parts, because you are getting equivalent somewhat or close to equivalent of this energy you're spending. You're just seeing the new stuff as you move, but system doesn't want you to move. So I guess the point is, maybe for sometimes at least having walks once or twice a day, to going on hikes, then when you end your movements, being able to block them to get that energy from you again. I guess it's extremely important code of this simulation. It's when you break its efficiency, it comes to take it from you in anyways. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure. Yep. It'll make you in one moment and break you in the next. Dina, do you want to add anything?
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention that what he was talking about, the targeting targeted individuals is really fascinating, because they do seem to have, there seems to be multiple levels that people are targeted on. Like I find my life has always had the energy of like, it's like I'm running at full speed and something's holding my forehead, but it's very subtle. They will never make themselves obvious. Even being this awake, they will. I'm the person that if there's a Ouija board planchette flying around the board, I put my hands on it, it stops. Like, don't let her have any fun with the other side, right? Or don't let her know. So the way it sort of feels like it's happened with me, it's like they, every situations that it makes no sense, I'll get mean girled or bullied subtly, where I feel insecure, and then that's amplified, almost like it's being projected outside of me. So it's like using my energy against me. It's very crazy making. Then there seems to be this level of actual real people out here targeting people like you were talking about with the videoing, and it's very real. And I was in a discussion about this where people were saying that, this is so creepy, that they followed emergency vehicles, because it seems like a lot of police, emergency personnel are in that targeted individual hive mind. And so they're used a lot to mess with people, which seems really odd, but very common. And some people were saying that they had followed a they were hearing more and more sirens and emergency vehicles in their neighborhood, and they followed them once and discovered that they were just going in circles. They weren't going to anything. They were just running around
Damn.
Yeah, they call it, I think it's called noise campaign, something like, just to keep people, freaking out. But there was a book I read on it. I put it in the chat, called "The Devil Beside Me: Gang Stalking, the Secret War, and How to Win." It was such a good book for anyone who's interested in this. It happened to her, and she tells her story. She makes such good points. Like, we think, oh, it's like a secret government operation.
Yeah.
Like, oh, how could they organize like they do? They can't.
Yeah, it comes from. Well, keep going. I want you to finish your point first.
Yeah, like she's like this. She ends up going. I won't spoil it, but she ends up going down the just the trail of this, because it happened to her for 2 years, and it was follow her where she went. And she had this one really interesting experience where like people would just be really obvious. Like she'd walk outside her work and they would be, just a rando would be screaming, horrible insults at her. It's like, what? I don't even know you, and then a month later, she's in another state and some different person comes down the street, like finishing what that person that had, when she had come out of her office, was saying. They finished it. Like, what is that? So, yeah. So ultimately, these things it's not human, whatever it is, whatever this hive mind is. So I think we have that also, in addition to NPCs, we have this thing, which appears to be connected into some intelligence. They're all connected together. They're in human suits, but we're living with that too. But if you're interested in that topic, that's a great book where she dives into the intelligence that somebody who had been in the high up in intelligence shared with her about what that is.
Wow. Yeah, I think it's all that stuff. Going through that whole targeted stuff is just completely taxing on the mind to watch. I mean, I've had some weird things happen, but nothing, not even close to the level that I've seen some people that occur. And they, like you said, you brought up the government point, which I was happy to hear, because I think there is a very, very small segment out there that sure is targeted by government entities, but I think the bulk are, it's linked to this system, and it comes from the outside. I also think it involves some life scripts too, unless someone wakes up and realizes their power, because all I see time and time again is like government's doing this. It's this, it's a portable blaster outside on the top of a van, and I mean all this stuff, and it just that's where I just it's just too much. It's too much. It's not that sophisticated.
No, could you imagine the call center it would take? Okay, okay, Mark has left his house. All right, he's headed down. I mean, come on.
For what?
I know.
I mean, and it's just, every time I think of the whole targeted thing and how it can be the spiritual thing, I think of the scene with Truman in the Truman Show, and he's sitting in the car in his driveway, and he's, okay, this time this car is going to go by, this car's going to go by, and everyone's saying hi, or not everyone's saying hi, but this car is going to go past me, this type of car is going to pass, and he's able to kind of just say, okay, and that kind of proves the whole simulation thing. But he eventually figures it out, but he's also losing his shit at the same time,
right? And
everyone's kind of programmed to do this and this and that. I mean, the Truman Show has a lot of truth in it. I'm sure everyone here has seen it. Mostly everyone, at least. It's like rite of passage, I think, and truth seeking, for Christ's sake. But I wanted to also point out this amazing book. Let me get the camera up really quick. Okay, it's called Phantasms of the Living. It's a thick book. It's loads and loads and loads of all different accounts, and it's Phantasms of the Living, cases of telepathy printed in the Journal of the Society for Psychical Research during 35 years. And it is just loaded beyond belief with things. And what you'll see some good examples in it. And I've spoken with a lot of people who've had these types of experiences, and it's interesting because someone will. This is what's crazy is it's happened to multiple family members of mine too, where you'll kind of know someone in your local area. You know, you might not know them that well, but you know of them, you see them enough, you know, you say hi, or you might have lunch with them once in a while. Not like an intense relationship, but it could be. I mean, I'm not saying that can't be the case, but it seems to be these relationships that are just there and part of your existence in your local area. Now, you'll go and let's just say travel to, you're in the US and you go and travel to Europe, and you'll run across that damn person. And there are examples in that book. It's happened to my mom, it happened to my dad, and it happened to my grandmother. All went on vacation and they told them, these are things that I just remember. It's like, why? It's so weird that you met that person, who I kind of know, but never really spent much time with. And you just randomly run into them in Europe, or you ran into them in Mexico, or the Caribbean, or whatever the 3 cases where they went. And there's some of those cases in the book. It's just very odd that happens. And it's just, what are the chances that you're going to go and travel to a specific location far, far away from your home, and you're just going to happen to run into this acquaintance that it's not like this huge meaningful relationship, but it's not meaningful at the same time. Very odd stuff. So that kind of just was very interesting to me. I don't know, just but check out that book. It's a great book. I think you could find it online in PDF format, but I prefer hard cover books whenever I can get them. But the
What's
book
the
is
name?
out there. It's called Phantasms of the Living, and it's an old book. I mean, it's been, I think, forgot when it was. Got the all-seeing eye on the back of it too. It was published in 1962. Or actually, this might be, I think this is the first edition, but or the second, I don't know. Anyways, it's an old one, and it's got loads and loads and loads of it's got some near-death experiences. It's got premonitions of death. I think it's got one of those famous cases of the premonitions where a guy and his wife go on vacation, actually, I think to Europe, and they are at a hotel with a balcony, and they're a young couple, I think in their 30s or 40s, and the husband goes to his wife, I am going to die a week from today. Just randomly spits it out. And so he rushes while he's on vacation to find a lawyer to get his will drawn up. That's how sure he was. And then sure enough, what happens? He dies a week later on the balcony on vacation in Europe with his wife. I mean, just, Yeah.
Did you see that there are 2 volumes to Phantasms of
Yes,
the Living?
yeah. This one I think actually has I think it's actually both, and I think it's both
in one?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Wow. I don't know if anybody follows, I like to follow Glitch in the Matrix on Reddit, and the stories that people tell
Oh
in
my
there
God.
they're just mind blowing. I like to go down that rabbit hole from time to time. It's like, this just isn't real, which then begs the question, right? Have you guys seen I saw something about the study that was done where, what's it called? There's a name for it. You guys probably already know, where they were creating a simulated universe, right? Based on the real universe. Something, I'll have to see if I can.
Defense.
Yeah, that's it.
It was like in 2007 or something.
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
So, okay, so what if this is that simulated universe, right? So the real us is out there in the real world. This is the simulated world. And that's why we don't escape, right? Like, it's the end of the program.
Ooh.
I mean, that's the stuff that keeps me up at night, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I think everything, in my opinion, points towards the reality. You know, they want us to basically jump into the equivalent of a new realm that they're shutting this one down, and they're building a new realm, because that's what the Department of Defense admitted in 2007. They are literally building a new realm. And then, you know, if you think about all the data collection that's gone on.
Oh yeah, the fact that they every fart, every move, every piece of grocery,
and filmed everything. You know, everything has got high res photos from every angle that you can imagine. You'd think that all they would have to do is essentially upload those images, render it into this massive realm. And, you know, theoretically, you can have your same house, you can have everything, and boom, everything's ready and waiting. And we were talking about earlier about the possible threats that they can, or the perceived threats that they could put out there to cause people to go into something like that. Yeah, and like Eli said, the metaverse thing. I mean, it's all unfolding. I mean, I'm absolutely blown away that it actually is going in that direction completely. I mean, it seems obvious that that's where we're going. It's nuts.
Right.
And I ain't coming back to that shit.
Oh gosh, no. I mean, it's so discombobulating when you think about it. It's almost like the way that I've started to look at it is like, what if our body is kind of a VR headset, right? So like with the They Live glasses, this body was meant to be limited range, limited frequency. So we only see this 3D realm is like smack in the middle of the astral, right? And that's why as soon as we leave our bodies, we see the horror show that is the astral.
Yeah. Yeah, and no, so, that's what I think too. I think the human body is.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what's going on. The human body is basically the experience generator, and everything renders around us, and everything's weakened and crappy on purpose.
Yeah, right. Which is why they were so invested in keeping us in this range. And that's the point she makes in that Devil Beside Me book, is that for certain people that the hive mind stalks, it's because they have a different type of ability to affect the frequency range. So they have to keep them freaking out and distracted.
Yep, always the distractions. So I wanted to move over to Ed. Ed, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Hi, everyone. Fine, yourself?
Doing good.
I just gotta add some things, that creepy stuff that happened to me some of them are not that old. And I gotta say that early on...
Could you just get a little closer to the mic, Ed? It seems like you're a little far away.
Does that sound okay?
Yep, seems okay, yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add that I had some experiences that I can relate to transhumanist and to Bear Christ. they mentioned early on in the chat, and they're quite creepy about how these fuckers, I mean, these entities, do fuck up your perception of reality. And I gotta say that I I didn't know that there were that many people having this sleep paralysis stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, it's kind of hard to wake up once you get involved in that stuff.
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't know
very
what's your
difficult
opinion.
position.
Yeah, and I would also like to add that when I was out of my body, I remember, I mean, seeing this fucking tunnel, this white tunnel, and like full of light and its surroundings, and colors that I've never seen in this reality. I mean, they were just fully in motion and in a dynamic circular kind of spiral thing. And I mean, we all gotta look after once we leave this body. We gotta look ourselves, not fall into the trap. I mean, that thing, it's like I don't know if it's made with electromagnetism stuff but it has this hypnotic magnetic stuff that if you're not prepared, mentally prepared, it can actually drag you in. So
Yep,
in my
that's what we see
opinion,
time and time again in NDEs.
yeah, in my
People give
opinion,
themselves away, their beliefs, and boom,
yeah.
sucked right in.
One of the things that actually helped me out quite a lot is I believe I posted I believe it was in episode 3 or 2 with the Wayne Bush interview you did, let's say a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that actually helped me out trying to figuring out what's really going on is practicing autosuggestion and detaching yourself emotionally from everything that's around you. And it quite helps you a lot because I mean, since I was 6 years old, I used to see these entities, these black creepy entities. I mean, they were formless, like some sort of shadow being, and also the light beings. And it's true what the Freemasons or Masonic stuff say, that these entities are androgynous. They don't have sex.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, gender. That's what I mean on sex. And
Don't assume their gender. I'm just messing.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you.
yeah, I get it. And I know what you're
Couldn't help myself.
saying. And if you figure this stuff out about the emotions and the thing that is going on way inside, very deep inside of us, at an emotional level, I believe that at some point, emotions are part of the system that drags us down. I mean, keeps us trapped in this body, and oh boy, they can be quite crazy. And I believe that emotions are the thing that fits this fucking matrix, and whoever built it. I mean, and once I realized that and started practicing this autosuggestion stuff without losing my mind, I mean, these guys stopped messing with me. They've been trying to mess with me lately, but as soon as you figure this thing out, they're all gone. I mean, they stop messing with your electronics, with everything. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure. Their reach is incredible.
Yeah,
Just the stuff I learned from Jerry Marzinski, and so many people have talked about how electronics are affected when they're sometimes around them, or if there's like weird energy or entities. It seems like they're magnified around things like electronics and metal and stuff like that.
Yeah, and one of the things that actually surprises me on this reality is that we need to feed constantly our body with ferromagnetic elements in order for the body to strive. I mean, that's crazy and creepy enough. I mean, just look how magnetism affects anything related with steel, iron, and the list goes on. I mean, it's just insane, man.
Yeah, we're surrounded by it.
And I don't know if anyone is expert in this topic, but like 4 years ago, I don't know if you guys seen the movie and the butterfly effect.
Yeah.
The ending of the scene. I mean, I came across with this person, and it was the opposite gender of mine, and she kind of stared at me with these deep eyes, like, I know you from I don't know where reality or which reality, but this person kept popping in my life for the next, say, a month. And then I lost every contact with it. I don't even know this person. I mean, I don't recognize her yet. Say, like, last year was insane because I started to wake up from all the things you guys been saying in this conversation, and I've been having these out of body experiences where I get to see this person, and during that out of body experiences, and I'm sorry if I get to pause at any time, but it just I believe, like everyone else, we all have brain farts with that stuff.
No worries, man. Take as much time as you need.
Figuring what's really going on. And not only I could see myself floating at 360 degrees, but I also tried to reach this person. I mean, you don't get to have the body that you have in this reality. I mean, it's like this energy that's coming out from you. It's like this translucent being trying to reach this. Well, in this
The
case,
best thing I can suggest.
Particular case was her, and I don't know if my spirit or it was my soul trying to reach with her, and the only thing that I said back then was, I miss you and I hope you are doing well, and I hope you don't get lost in this reality. And I don't know by which means I suddenly got back to my body, and this person's name, I mean, her initials are constantly popping up in everywhere I go.
Wow.
And I also get to see her face with different, with random people that I don't even know. I don't know if anyone's got any experience with this. I don't know if it's synchronicity. I don't know if I'm connected to her, not on a soul level, which is parasitic, but on a deep spiritual level. I mean, I don't even know what's going on. I could also sense her her presence, her emotions, and I can sense her. I don't know what. How do you guys say it in English? His aroma, his lotion. I also get to sense her. I mean, like she's like we are connected at some point. Like this movie, the last movie, The Matrix. Yeah, the one that recently came out, where Neo tries. It's inside of a matrix, trying to connect with her so-called wife or lover, Trinity, and they are all in the damn matrix, but they don't recognize each other. I mean, what's the meaning of what's happening to me? I mean, it's been just crazy the ride has been very, very crazy.
Yeah.
I started to have these strong, I don't know how to name it, feelings to this person, and I know that this person has also these strong feelings to me.
So yeah, you have a strong connection.
Yeah, you guys have any experience with it, or how can I solve this? This problem of it's the matrix fucking with my senses.
If I had to guess, I would think that you probably she's probably in your soul group. Now what's interesting about soul groups is that they can serve all sorts of purposes in your journey when you're here. Sometimes in previous lifetimes, you may have been husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, mother, father, brother, sister, all sorts of scenarios. And they kind of mix up. And, in some lifetimes, one could have played the bad role, one could play the good role, and sometimes it's all good, sometimes it's all bad. I mean, it's all everything in between. And in the past life regressions, we see, sometimes we will run across a person or a situation, and it'll be this yearning, this big connection, but like you had, where she's in your life one moment, but then out the next. And that's the purpose in which they serve. But in other cases, it could end up being where you may meet her again later in this lifetime. The other option isn't a good one, and I'm hesitant to say it, but I would rather just say it for you to think about.
I mean,
This is, the scent thing. You said you smell. I mean, I'm sorry. You said you sense her energy, her smell. You.
I mean, I can even sense her emotions.
Which.
The way she behaves is, and the way, I mean, I don't know if we interact by vibrations, which I really think we do, but we share quite a lot of similar stuff. I mean, even our eyebrows are basically the same. I mean, it's just weird, man.
Okay.
And it drove me crazy at some point, and it made me depressed at some point in my life. I mean, I'm talking about a month ago. because you kind of sense like you have this feeling that you've been separated from something you really long for and something that was rightfully yours.
Yeah.
And it's creepy, man. It's really, really creepy.
Yeah, that
So
sounds it. Can I ask, so you were only in each other's lives for a month, and
I
then
mean,
she
I
just
didn't have any feelings for her.
okay.
Nothing.
So it just
She imagine that you're you're just walking. Well, back in the day I was at school and this person randomly pop up in my daily life, and she stared me deeply with these eyes, looking me, and I was going through a lot of stress back in the days because I was figuring this thing, and I also was trying to get a job, the daily thing, the things that we all do daily,
Mhm.
And she did this. She kept staring at me every time we came across. I mean, it's just insane. And all of a sudden, 4 years later, I have this OBE where I see her.
Uh-oh.
And it freaked me out, dude. I mean,
Okay, and this was after you last saw her, right?
yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go with my initial thought on it, and I'm not saying that this is definitely the case, but I suspect she may have passed. And again, I don't want that to be the case. I'm not saying it's definitely the case, but it's kind of like her energy is around you now. You could just be connecting their energy and she's still on Earth, but you could be
No, she's
connecting.
still alive because
Oh, okay. All right. Okay,
last
guys.
time I saw
The OBE part was even.
yeah.
Okay.
Because I figured who this person was, and I checked out on the internet and happened to come across her Twitter, and she's still alive. But
so have you?
Yes, I was like,
that's good.
What the fuck's going on? I mean,
okay. So yeah. So have you tried reaching out to her, or
no, because if a person doesn't know that what's really going on in this world, they can label you as a creep or a freak.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's like, how should I deal with this?
Well, I
May I
mean,
interject?
go for it.
I've had a very, very similar experience recently with someone that I've only met a few times, and I just have like dream after dream after dream of him, and it won't stop. It's actually, I'm having the same exact experience where it's making me depressed. Like, and I'm just like wondering, are they sending me their energy or what? And I don't want to reach out to the person because I don't want to seem creepy, like what Edie is saying.
Yeah, yes, I get you. I mean, they even start popping in your mind randomly. I mean, you're doing your stuff, your daily stuff, and all of a sudden you sense the energy, you can sense it, you can smell them, you can feel them touching you, and it's really weird. I mean,
Yeah, I've had very vivid dreams of this person. Like, it's almost like we're in a relationship or something. And I'm just like, I've only met this person a handful of times and spoken to them a handful of times. And like the day I met them, that night I had the weirdest dream. It's like we were in a relationship. And it's been happening for months now. And I haven't seen this person since August. And I just have constant recurring dreams of them and it won't stop.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that whatever is happening to me, it's an archon or has anything to do with this entity. I believe that they are connected at a really, really deep level that there are no ways in human terms to express how we are connected and how this matrix is playing hard on us. I mean, it's insane.
Well, see, I was thinking it was like some kind of archontic attack to sort of draw me back into attachments with somebody. And because like I have a hard time with relationships, so I just don't even pursue them anymore.
Me too. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm very picky with my relationships with human being in this earth. I'm sorry if I interrupted you, but it's really weird. I mean,
no, I get what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. Yeah. But like I'm at the point now where I'm just so picky where I just don't even want to bother with it anymore. And then this thing comes in and it's like it's trying to draw me into attachment. So I'm just like wondering if that's what's going on. But the way you're describing it is exactly what I've been experiencing. And it's really depressing because it's like, you know, that if you try to reach out to that person, it's going to seem really weird and you're not sure if you should do it. And then on top of it, it's like, what if it is some kind of weird archontic thing that's like trying to sort of deceive you and make you think like, oh, maybe there's somebody out there that's like meant for me and we're supposed to be together. And even if that was true, though, that doesn't mean that we have to fulfill soul contracts in this life that we made before we were born here. Like, I feel like if we do have a soul contract with this person, we don't necessarily have to fulfill it. We can cut that contract if we want, if it's really bothering us on an emotional level.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is required at all. But I would just say that, you know, you're I mean, I don't know how much you know these people, but you know, if it's someone that you can talk to and get along with and relate with, I say consider giving it a try. But if you're not going to be able to talk to them like we're talking now, then it's definitely not a good road to go down. I mean, I don't want to say definitely, but it's not a good. I mean, I can't imagine myself being in that scenario, but you know, you still have a right to be happy just as long as you don't allow the attachment to get you when it's time to leave. I mean, that's really all that matters. I mean, I have a dog, I have a girlfriend, and you know, we're on the same page, which is important. But you know, if I couldn't imagine myself being with someone who's, you know, not who I can't talk to, or you know, you know, these are small things in my life that I enjoy and make my time here better. So, along with all the other things like nature, meditation, things like that. But you know, I think everyone has to go at this for whatever they truly feel deep within, and you know, just be careful. That's all.
Yeah, because
why not be happy? Everyone deserves to be happy.
Yeah, the last words I recall saying to her, I mean, when I was having this out of body experience, was, "I miss you."
Could you
and I
speak up
love
a
you.
little? If you sorry,
Yeah.
or get a little closer to the mic. Sorry.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
my cable. And the last thing that I recall saying to this person in my out of body experience was, "I love you." Not the way we perceive love in this dimension. Nothing to do with the soul attachment and the parasitic soul attachment. And I miss you, and I tried to kiss her in the cheek, and basically I say goodbye, and that's what got me depressed. It's so fucked up.
Well, you know, in the same
Yes.
breath, it you know, it may not even be her. And when you had the OB, I mean, I don't know, but with all the crap that goes on, I mean, it's could be her, it might not be her. It could be the Matrix trying to lure you in. I don't know, but it you know, I don't have the types of conversations that you can have with her would be a good start. Like, you know, talk openly and honestly and see where it goes. And if that's what you want to do, you know, that's totally your call.
Yeah, probably if this person pops up in my mind, in my life, in my daily life again, I will definitely talk to her and tell her, look, this happened to me.
Well,
4
I'd
years ago.
also be careful. I you may want to be careful with what you share. Like, you just don't want her to be able to manipulate you either. You know, you want it to be organic, I would think. Just to, I don't know. It's up to you. I mean, it's your, how you handle it is you know, you'll make the right decision for you in the moment when it comes. So I don't really want to, you know, say the wrong thing there.
Yeah, but it's insane, man. It's really, really insane.
I also had like a I was gonna say I'd also be like considering of course definitely the other option, you know, of this being a Matrix game, because you know what I realized in this place is that when you are awake to these new, you know, awakenings you have, I noticed like Matrix throws you more reasons for you to basically attach here, right? For example, like I was awakening to the reincarnation stuff and like the 5D Earth, you know, ascension, and then all of a sudden I see a dream where, you know, I see 11:11 everywhere. I wake up, the clock shows 11:11, and then, you know, later on, I just like, you know, I realized how everything is deceptive in this place. It's the same thing with like dreams, right? Like I had like recently, you know, I had like this awakening where I noticed, oh, wait a second, you know, all these dreams that I'm seeing, like half of it is like school based, half of this is like these scenarios where I'm in a fight, you know, and then I noticed like there's almost always a stress factor in these dreams, right? And like we see 5 to 7 dreams a day usually, depending on how long you slept, like REM cycles, but most people don't even remember all those dreams, you know. And energy extraction is definitely a real thing here, that which is why probably the system definitely wants to keep us here. And yeah, like just to be on the safe side, you know, like we know from this Matrix, like they can do a lot of tricks on us. And what you said, you know, when you said like you saw her on OBE, it's the same thing. Like dreams, you know, like OBE, when you lose focus, it kind of mixes with the dreams, right? Or these entities in OBEs, they can come at you with any form. They like, due to the Akashic records and past life reviews, we know that the system knows everything about us, right? And
right.
So this system even knows us better than us, because they remember everything that we ever experienced here. Yeah. And due to this, they know, you know, how to basically where you're at with your, you know, let's say love life, where you're at with everything and what can trick you. And when you said like she randomly popped in your life or kept staring at you, made you feel very interesting stuff, right? Like we know that this system can throw us love bombs. We know that this system is capable of these evil, like these horrendous things. And we know that Matrix tries every which way to attach you here. And I know that, at the end of the day, one of the biggest attachments is to basically get married and have babies here, right? So that you have more reasons to stay here.
Yeah, to fit it with, your kids eventually will be born and they will experience hard life, emotions, what we all are experiencing on this channel and what every person experiences every day. And keep feeding the matrix, keep constantly feeding.
Yeah, 1000%.
Who knows when it's gonna end?
Yeah, so like especially when you're at this type of awakening, like the soul family stuff also is, it could end up being a trap at the end, right? Because there's a lot of people who come to our awakening and then they believe they have this soul family that they will see when they die, and guess what the system is going to do? They will show you the soul family and then trick you that way. So is definitely, I just wanted to say, I would definitely be on the safe side and be extremely skeptic about anything on this topic.
Yeah, I actually thought it also the way you are picturing to me and depicting it to me, and it's like, well, if we are all going to escape this reality and make our own realities or experience non-existence, whatever you want to call them, I believe we must have solid plans, and we must be very cold with ourselves. Emotionally speaking, and with our minds very clear on what is going on and where we want to go after we live end our life in this dimension.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I think really the biggest thing is your resolve, your drive, your determination, your intention, the attention, the what was the other thing that was said last night? Focus is set towards the path of sovereign liberation, and realizing your true power and not, wavering on that whatsoever. And if ever just tread lightly and do what you feel you need to do for you to make the best decision for you. But, you could, someone like that could enter your life and start saying a lot of the right things. But, maybe you realize that there's still something behind that you got to be wary of. So just, I think Burke gives good advice to, tread lightly, but, at the same time, I'll just say, you deserve to be happy. And if you think, you can make your time here a little bit more enjoyable by possibly being with someone, do it. If not, don't do it, just, but as long as you have that resolve in you and that, for me, I think, I'm clearly setting my intention every day. It's set in stone, and I know where I'm going, what I'm doing when I leave here, and how I'm going about it. So, and that doesn't waver. That's just set in stone. Nothing's going to fuck with me. Nothing's going to mess with me. I know, and all the stuff I've talked about before, just to be very, very clear and know that deep within you, your directive is final and nothing is going to stand in your way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I don't know if you guys, but I think that if we really want to get free from whatever multidimensional universe we're living in, and whoever is controlling or behind it, Um, I believe that true liberation lies beyond frequencies and attachments, especially. Well, at the end of the day, it's the same. Emotional
Can't hear you.
attachment,
Sorry.
frequency.
Hello?
Yeah.
You were kind of breaking up, or the
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. What I was actually thinking about is that I believe that true liberation lies beyond frequencies and
Mhm.
which is rooted to emotions. I mean, emotions at the end of the day are frequencies
Absolutely.
transmitted to
Yeah.
to whoever sadistic fucker controls this matrix. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I believe.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't even think love exists outside of of the matrix. I don't. I think it's just like you said, a frequency.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think it's just clearly clearly a frequency and a weapon that's used here. But, again, it's doesn't mean you still don't try to get by day to day and enjoy yourself as best you can, no matter how difficult it is. You still have friends, family, pets,
Yes.
husbands, wives, that you love, that you care about. But, when it's time to go, that all has to go at the same time.
Yeah. It counts for nothing at the end of the day, and I believe we are, at least the conclusion that I have come across lately is that I know it might be sound hard, but this universe, this reality wasn't supposed or meant to exist. I don't know about you guys, but whoever created this reality, so you name it, I mean, it was a total failure before it was created. And yet, whoever did it on purpose.
Yeah. It's definitely done on purpose. I agree.
Yeah. Sounds hard, but that's my thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm. I am with you. Okay, Dream wanted to step in.
Yeah. But after ED brought so much depth in the topic, I figured out it was unnecessary to just to try to contribute anything else to that. So my apologies. Yeah, I forgot to take back the waving hand. Yeah.
Sure. No problem. All right. Any closing thoughts from anyone? And then we're probably going to wrap it up in the next 5-10 minutes.
No, I mean, I'm open to hear from any possible escapes or routes or detours we can take in order for make our existence lighter. And probably when we get out of this mess, we won't be even capable of remembering anything that really happened here and in the multi universe and the madness that it's going on that barely anyone talks about it. Yeah, that's my final thoughts. I mean, I don't know if anyone wants to put a grain of salt or any ideas, thoughts. That's it.
Okay. Anybody want to add anything?
on another like different note, I'd like to say that, as we all know, like this system targets us via like TV, via everything, like including as I said, dreams. But then the solution, like that, most people don't talk about, that I wanted to mention at the end, is like when we notice that the system is doing it right to us, it's definitely a declaration of, not giving consent is very important. And also like realizing our power, our real being is very important, meaning astral travel, because like once you do that, you realize, you're not your physical body, and that, things carry different meanings from then on. And it's important to, like, once you realize, like I realized recently how, they put you in these different situations in these dreams, like some of the dreams, not all the dreams, but some dreams probably like your subconscious and everything else like that. But I feel like they, I've noticed especially in one dream where, I was fully lucid. I became lucid. I questioned it. And then I asked, well, but what do you guys think about consent? No, what do you really think? Like, do you believe in consent? Like, do you guys really care about consent? And then I can't remember, like she either says so or like it depends. But then all of a sudden, like this other character was treating this character badly. And I said, is she treating everyone like this? What's going on? And I kind of noticed like there was a handler that was, doing this dream, right? And then when I basically kind of said, you know what, give me the power and I'll destroy him. And then all of a sudden, this whole dream started shaking. All of the characters in the dream opened their eyes widely. The sound came out like, and then all of a sudden, like the dream started going dark slowly. And then I heard the real controller in this, like, demonic voice, like saying, if you ever, try to destroy me, you will get it, And then, but I realized it's like a Wizard of Oz situation at the end. It plays with you, the emotions that it gave you. Just like FC said, the love, the hate, the, envy, every, emotion here, it's just made up by Matrix, probably, right? And then these emotions, they use you against you, including fear, which is one of the biggest, things that people jump over on top of, right? And it's very important, like once you notice, like let's say there's like on your dreams, there's stress factors happening. There's like, you go to school always, like you're in a test, whatever, you can do reality checks in your regular life, like when these type of situations happen, or you can remind yourself with alarms, when this situation happens, I'm going to do a reality check, try to, breathe through my nose when it's closed with my fingers. And then if, I can't breathe, I'm in real life. And then you really question it. You ask, am I in a dream? And because I noticed that when I started doing this, and when these type of stressful situations starts to happen more and more, now I'm waking up in lucid form. And then all of a sudden now I am the god of the dream, because I can control it. I can, do or wake up from it, even become more lucid to do astral travel. So these things are important. So I just wanted to say that.
Maybe I can contribute a micro thing to that consent thing, a practical thing I noticed in my life.
Sure.
I guess, let's say taking a bus or going inside a house or a church or a temple or anything, the system concept is kind of consent. Maybe in some way putting some stuff on that bus or that place, and with deception that it's kind of counting. And ultimately, by choosing to exist, I guess, at the core, system is also counting that as a consent for at least being able to try tricks on you. Like I said, I notice manipulation. I tend to see the structures, the architecture, the buses, everything. One of the links Barkas sent me made real, just started a new horizon on me. He sent me a boards card, PC boards, and some of the structures looks like that. So I think there might be this high possibility of some kind of sick, deceptive, but still consent love is working over here.
Yeah, absolutely. I would also like to add something to the group. I mean, FC, if or anyone, if you Google Kabbalah Tree of Life and you click on the first image that pops on, and the one that has the Amazon, the one that it's sell at Amazon, I mean, you can clearly see the. I don't know if you can get the image on the YouTube channel, but you can clearly see the ends of hour, the limitless light, and then above it, it's the ends of the limitless, and then the end, the nothing. Isn't the end the end of everything? I mean, the black void they talk about, the one that they experience peace. I mean, the reality as it should be. I mean, no thoughts. Everything is, I mean, end of duality. I don't know what you guys think about. I mean, just don't get attached to or don't read the Bina, the Dad, the Chokma. That she said, no. I mean, read what's above it all. And
well, my take on that, the first basis was coming from Gnostic texts of Gospel of Truth, I guess, the one where there's similar allegory with that. Regardless, I guess that's the place that we gotta go, no matter of what, to end this thing. May it turn out however it is. It's just escaping the duality is escaping the soul prison, in my opinion. So it's needed to be done. I don't know the exact way, but I don't think we should be afraid of reaching to that stage of mind and leaving this place some time, hopefully, maybe with astral projection or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, it's just insane when you see all these symbols, but trying to decode its meaning. It's quite insane.
Chock full with symbols.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whatever the major truth of what's going on here is just not revealed. Yeah, I think kind of where we're at is like close as we can get. And this realm is designed in a way for us to always be spinning our wheels and lost and dipping in and out of all different topics and just going on and on and on and on. So, all right. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. We've been going a long, long time, and it was all of a conversation. So I am going to close on the stream, and then I'll come back into the Zoom meeting really quick and say bye. And everyone out there listening, and whoever was able to make it through this, you're a warrior. And it was great. I really appreciate everyone that called in earlier and hung in there. And yeah, thank you so much. See you soon.
Yeah.
And really quickly, there is, for the Last Timers Club members, tomorrow, Sunday, January 30th at 4:30 p.m. is our monthly get together. And I also have 2 YouTube backup channels just in case something should happen here. and Twitter, Instagram, which I use a little bit, rarely. And some other links are in there, like Odyssey, where some of the streams go over there, and I do exclusive streams there every once in a while. I have one that I'll be doing with Scott, who I spoke with previously. We'll probably be doing that in the next month or two. And then, like I said, probably be meeting with Wayne Bush and Dan over the coming weeks and months ahead. I'm hoping we can meet with Wayne on a coming Saturday in February. So, but that's all tentative. So, all right. So yeah, just check the description tab if you want to see the links for the other ways to reach out. And I will catch you soon. Thanks, everybody. Take care.